Yoo-hoo, Mr. Tentacle Guy.
Good morning, everybody. I'm HamandYouWatch. Welcome to HamandWatch. Hopefully this is working. Hopefully we have no dropped frames. My launchpad was not working earlier, so I almost feel like giving it a try by saying hello again.
Yoo-hoo, Mr. Tentacle Guy.
Yay, it works. Next we have the music to solve, because we're going to spend a couple of hours doing my next part of top 100 video games of all time, and it would be good if we could have some music at the same time. So how about this, for instance? And how about this? And then if I come back to this and I do this, if for instance I turn it off, sadly, and then how did I solve it last time? How did I solve it? We have music, we do, but we're not very informed on it. I'm gonna have to do something a bit annoying, sorry. This, which feels very, very empty but intimate. And then yeah, it's working. All right, nice. Yo, how's everybody doing? Can be part of the quiz. What song is playing? Huh. That would be funny. That would be funny. All right. Let me open everything. So basically, scores. So the scores would be. The scores would be. How am I gonna do that? Video games of all time. And so scores would be this one. Brave. And top video game, that's the one. But it needs to be. Oh, it's appearing. Nice. It's already working. Look at that. And so if I remove it, it goes away like this, which is good. So we have Stonge number 1 at 17, then Trampy number 2 at 13. I am here number 3 with 8 points, and Tergus. Tergus did a great job the other day. 6 points. Then we have Stone, who had a 1 right. I can't remember which one it was. And we have a few people who came in the chat. We had Chase. We had Future, we had Franny, we had Nauseum, we had Millie, we had Tom. Hopefully they come back. Eh bien, je viens de prendre mes croissants obligatoires pour le petit déjeuner pour le stream Frenchman et maintenant je joue un peu à Pass of Exile 2 avant de commencer à faire quelque chose de plus productif. That translation is not bad. If that's Google Translate, it's very impressive. I mean, there's some clunky stuff here and there, but besides that, it's really good. Coming at you. I guess AI improved. Yeah, it's pretty good. All right. Then if I put that. Oh, if I do that, it disappears. That is not good. If I do this, okay, that is not good either. I guess I'll leave it open. I need my list, which is here, and I need my presentation. do. Do do do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do do. Where were we? Number 50. Slideshow. I love how mandatory croissant is learned in my croissant obligatoire. Yeah, it's adorable. That's why it's this definitely some clunky stuff. Lots of stuff that you wouldn't say naturally. And most people would be like, hmm? You know, it's funny how there was a time up until now where people would be like, I'm not sure what that person says. I understand what they mean, but why do they say it like that? There must be foreigner or, you know, half nationality or immigrated recently. That kind of, you know, conclusions in your head. But the more it goes and the more we'll reach a Blade Runner type of society, we'll be like, I think that person is an android. I think that guy is an android for sure. That guy is an AI. Is he gonna try selling me stuff? This is exactly what we're gonna go up to. Funny thing is, I'm pretty sure I sound in English as a broken Google Translate most of the time. Nah, that's, you sound, well, there, see my previous answer. Okay. So if I do this for the scores and web window would be top 100 video games. Yeah. Cool. And so if I do this and this and the previous one, we had Final Fantasy IX, right? We had that one, right? That's for sure. Yeah, my number 52 was Final Fantasy IX. That was good. English is already broken enough that it's hard to sound broken in. My number 51 was Full Throttle, and we finished on that. I believe this is where we finished. Intentionally mixed up. Yeah, I guess it's less subtle to find cute errors. Yeah. Alright, guys. Well, for now, it's just gonna be Full Throttle top 10 or Riot. Really top. Do your top. I don't know if you can do your top 100, the Tramp, but I'm sure if you do your top 20, top 20, top 50. Could you do a top 50? I'm pretty sure Full Throttle will not necessarily be on your top 10. There's just too many games. Let's go, guys. For now, it's just gonna be you, the two of you, and hopefully we'll have people joining up to give you a bit of competition. I was thinking of doing a top 50 actually. I'd love that. That would be super cool. That would be super cool. Well, without further ado, let's... Whoa. Maybe not this one? Oh, maybe it's not too loud in your ears. Maybe it's loud in my ears. There you go. So, do the obligatory Zelda, Monster Hunter... What was the third one? You see, even if you did it like, what, 50 times already? I already forgot. There was a third one. Warcraft 3, yeah. Let's go, guys. My number 50. Okay, I'm super happy to start with this one because that's a series that I have in my heart. Strangely, I have it quite dearly. I think fondly of this series, even if it's a series that just came out quite recently. There's been 2 main games, 1 big DLC on it. I'm gonna give a big clue. It's a series that comes from Germany. By the way, is that a good camera? That's not a good camera. Which camera was it? Was I here? Was I here last time? I can't remember where I was. I might have been here. So, a series of games that comes from Germany. I'm saying this because it's not necessarily huge, right? When I did the data of my top 100, there's very few games that come from other countries than the US, Japan. I think the third one was Sweden. and all the rest are, you know, one game here, one game there from France, Germany, all that. So Germany is, you know, not very, but they still do games. I mean, the most recently might have been Enshrouded. Enshrouded comes from Germany. That's a really, really cool game. So this one is, I wonder if it's my highest rated German game. I don't think any of you did it, because neither you, Stonch, neither you, Tramp, ever mentioned doing it or even be interested in it. It's an FPS series, but mind you, not necessarily S. It's a first person, but not shooter. It's actually a first person action puzzle platformer adventure game made by German devs. I think I've said quite enough. It came out recently, and I am extremely impatient for the third one, because the third one, they've been working on it for several years now, and this is going to be huge. It's going to be huge because they're trying to do something even bigger in terms of map. It looks very, very exciting. If you love that series, you can only be hyped like a little kid for the third one. You guys don't have it? That's sad, because this series is really, really super. I would even call it super in German, which is Supra. Supra. Supraland. My number 50 is Supraland. Supraland. Never heard of it. I know. This game, for some reason, doesn't get the fame and the hype it deserves. I'm serious. If you have time, if you find it on sale, do it. Start from the beginning, because it builds up. Not hugely, okay? I'm not saying this is a plot, you know, that you need to do them in order, and because there's so plot twist and all that. But it builds up in your attachment to the series. It builds up into the lore, into the it's full of jokes, and it's a mix of comedy and adventure. I mean, I remember you guys telling me about that game. What was it called? That came out recently, where you play based on the, not based, but in the same idea, that movie from the 80s we used to love. You know, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, and you play kids in a garden and you fight with ants and spiders and all that, and you're tiny. It's basically that, but grounded. Thank you. It's basically Grounded, but before Grounded, I believe. I think they made it before Grounded. And the crazy thing is that the first game was made by one guy. It was just one guy. And it was amazing what he did. And now he has a big team, he's got lots of money, and he's working so much on his series. And the third one is, it's going to be called Super World, with a huge area, like some kind of open world. I don't think it's going to be that open world, but it's still going to be awesome. I mean, guys, if you enjoy puzzle FPS games such as Portal, you ought to try this game. Excellent. Basically, there's the first game, amazing. Then they did some kind of DLC, where basically your spaceship, I'm not going to spoil, but there's something with your spaceship, and the DLC is really cool. And then they did the next one, which is 6 Inches Under, which is a bit of an Indiana Jones take on the thing. Very good too. I mean, you can go eyes closed on this with this series. It's really good. Supraland, that's 1 point for me. How do I give myself a point? There you go. Oh, that was weird. Did it bug? Oh yeah, you have the... it does a weird black thing on the screen, right? Hopefully it works. It Takes Two. No, It Takes Two is not in my top 100, I think, but it was a cool game. If I was to do my top 200, I believe it would be in it. We had good fun playing it with my wife. That was nice. I think It Takes Two is remarkable in content. It's very generous, but ultimately it's not very rewarding enough in terms of gameplay for the type of gamer I am. But as an experience for two, especially if you're in a couple, you know, if you're a couple of friends, it works really well. Must find a title to win against streamer. Yes. Let's go. Oh. My number 49, I think, is going to give me another point. Truthfully, it's funny how, you know, if you do the top 100 for some people, top 50, there's gonna be so many of the usual names that it would be easy to guess. With me, I'm a bit of a weirdo putting, what was it, the thing you called the other day, Stonch? Weird hem game copyrighted, whatever, WH, something like that. It's funny how there's gonna be weird games in there, games that you guys probably think, what the hell is wrong with him putting in that high or in the top 100? But there you go. It's my top 100. That's why it's very personal, and that's why I enjoy watching other people's top 100. My number 49 is RPG platformer adventure from Japan from 1995, the same year as Full Throttle that we had two spots ago. It was released on Mega Drive. It was the story of a knight trying to conquer evil, to fight evil. It was medieval fantasy, and I think I've said a lot already. If you don't know, wow, Stonch, Mortal Kombat 3, really? Fantasia Singi, it is not that. I don't think you guys know this. Well, you know what? You must know it, but just by name. But if it doesn't come to you right now, it means you will not guess it. The hero has long blonde hair. He's a knight. It was in isometric 3D. I think I've said a lot. You could do some magic. All right, I don't think you have it. What's the timer? Oh, the timer is there. All right. My number 49 is Light Crusader. Oh, come on. Not right on the timing where I pressed the button, Stone. Did you Google that? You Googled that. I cannot give you the point. No way. You Googled that. Admit it. It was before you said it. I literally pressed and it appeared to me. Do you know that game? You Googled that. I Googled games. Ah, you did Google. Nah. Yeah, it is Light Crusader. I don't think I can give you the point. Oh, come on, Trampy. He Googled it. He admitted it himself. We're not giving points for people who Google after right at the end. I'm okay with him not getting a point as well. Yeah. But that's fine. That's fine. It's funny you found it. Good on you for that. So you've never played that game, either of you, right? Light Crusader is awesome. If there was a remake one day, I'd be super happy. Never heard of it? Okay. Light Crusader was made by Treasure. Treasure was a Japanese company who I think they got bought by Square eventually. I can't remember. Never heard of it? Okay. Really cool game. I don't think you could play it nowadays unless you are totally fine with retro gaming. You know, lots of people are like that. I could not play a game like that now. But you see that 3D isometric 3D kind of view. You had some life point magic. You had lots of dialogues. You were exploring layers and layers of dungeon with a plot, and it was crazy game. The music was made by one Japanese woman. I say that because you would not believe the amount of Japanese women who were music composers, even now, but also back in the day. If you say video game soundtrack made by women in the 90s in Western countries, you wouldn't find anybody. There was barely anyone because it was a very, closed medium, lots of guys, it was very male, centered In Japan, very different. So many women in Japan used to make music for video games in the 90s, and I find that crazy. And the music was awesome in this game. Games like this are why I said this is Mr. Hammond top 30 of the 250 of all time. Come on. I'm starting to be afraid this top 50 is going to be full of indie oldies. Nah, it isn't. It isn't. It isn't. Doesn't have to be old. Alright, let me give myself a point. I'm coming back for you. I'm coming back for you. My number 48 is indeed a weird indie game, like you guys said. No, you don't get a point. Of course I do get a point. I do get a point. I do get a point. I just taught you a game. That's the point. Indie game. Made by a... No, I got it at the buzzer. No buzzer. Don't play like that. No. No buzzer. No buzzer. 5 seconds delay, mate. Sorry. Indie game. Made by a couple of Canadian devs. It got released in 2019. It has the looks of an old Zelda, and by that I mean mostly Zelda 1 and Zelda 3, especially Zelda 3. It's crazy because that little game, I had it for several years because I bought it back in 2019 and I played it recently and I was like, why the hell didn't I do that earlier? It's amazing game. And nobody talks about it. And there's the 2 that is coming up soon, this year I think, so very excited about that. I'm gonna give you a big hint right now to see if you get it. For whoever played Stardew Valley, do you remember when you went north, east, down in the mine, and you did the mine levels? This game is literally that. As a roguelike, sorry. You played that game on stream, right? I don't think I did. It was just before I started streaming. It is not Undertale, but you're halfway there. I'll leave it at that. I think I know the game. Yeah, I think you did it. I think you finished it, Stunch. I think you mentioned finishing it, but you were not as in love with as me for the game. My number 48 is Undermine. Indeed. Undermine. Knew it has something in the name like that. Yep. A bit of a generic name, sadly. A bit of a generic look also. And I think because the game looked a bit too casual, you know, too generic, too casual, it didn't work enough. I mean, it worked enough for them to make the sequel, right? I think it didn't work enough compared to its qualities. The game is awesome. The game is remarkable. When I looked at that at first, I started the game, I was like, this is basically Stardew Valley the Mine, mixed with a bit of Zelda. Look at that, that's very Zelda 3 reference, right? Zelda 1 and 3. But then, after 2 hours, 5 hours, 10 hours, I was like, oh my god, they implemented a system of mechanisms and features and upgrades, because it's a roguelike, that are so rich and so good. You should definitely do this game if you're into roguelikes. Amazing. Really good. I think I've got something like 100 hours in this game. It's I was very surprised. I recommend anybody playing Undermine. Point for Stunch. Good on you. Let's go for the next... how come there's a bit of a weird thing here? Whatever. Let's go for the next game. My number 47 should be found by the 2 of you, because as soon as I'm gonna give the few hints, you'll be on it. My number 47 is a very similar to a game that we mentioned not today but the last time, but very recently. It was a few slots above. It was made in '98 on PC by a very, very big company. It's a point and click. Okay, by saying all that, I'm gonna give. But anyway, that's the point, right? Set in Mexico. Supposedly Mexico, okay? Invented fantasy Mexico. Where you oh my god, I don't know what to say, but that to give you the thing. Where you play a skeleton. There's lots of music involved. My number 47 is indeed Grim Fandango. Oh, that was a close one. That was a close one. So yeah, after Full Throttle, that was my number 51. Grim Fandango is my number 47. Very close. The two are very, very close in my mind. Grim Fandango gets the win because it's just more fleshed out. It's longer. It's the plot and dialogues go further, I believe. Weirdly, I think I prefer the world of Full Throttle than this one. I'm not very interested in you know, the Day of the Dead and Mexico and all that, but I think this game is just remarkable. I haven't played it. I didn't even know it was a point and click. If only they could remake it. I'm not sure why they don't, because you know what? I think it's just such a big game in terms of scenery, environment. It requires a lot for the remaster, and that's probably why they don't redo it. So if you'd be okay to play a game that looks like this, Tramp, you should totally play it. I think it goes beyond Full Throttle. It's amazing. I knew it was, but I also haven't played it. Okay, it's really good. Really. You know how you made me play you know, Stunch, the game from Norway with the dreams, the very first one, the Dream series. This is a bit similar to that. I'm 100% The Longest Journey. Thank you. I'm pretty sure the guy who did that used to love LucasArts and those types of games because it feels very similar. So if only I had discovered back in the day, I would have probably loved it also. It's a bit similar here. Does it run on the LucasArts launcher thingy? I don't know. I have no idea. Oh, the ScumV thing? The Scum thing? I don't know. Yeah, you would have to look into it. I'm pretty sure you can play it, but great game. You should totally play this game. Awesome game. That's a point for Stunch. ScumVM, yeah, Scum Virtual Machine. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Grim Fandango. The music of Grim Fandango is just... They ask a big band to do the music. It's just wow. You can hear the music of Grim Fandango often on my stream. Let's move on with my number 46. Wow. This is gonna be a speed contest. Get ready, guys. Put your hands on the buzzer. This one is an easy one. My number 46 is a huge series of games that got released on console, but I'm mostly gonna talk about the PC because I started playing it, the very first one, in 1996 on PC. But at the time it was already released on Sega Saturn and PlayStation. It's one of the most famous figures of video gaming, even if lots of people consider it's not great, like it's a bit low quality, consider it's a bit casual. While I agree with that, I still enjoy it a lot, especially for the first one that I did recently on stream. I'm trying to finish the very first trilogy, even if there's many more games than that. And now the biggest clue, it's probably the most famous woman in video gaming. Still, it's starting to change, but people still know her a lot. My number 46 is indeed Tomb Raider. Good job, Trumpy. Nice. Tomb Raider is my 46. I say the series because it's the whole series overall, right? Which means I even include the reboot in it. Okay, you won't see the reboot higher or lower. For me, it's just all together. And truthfully, I wouldn't put the reboot series in my top 100. They are just meh, okay. But I have lots of love for the very first one. I enjoyed the second one also. And I have to do the third one now. That's a point for Trampy. Well played. 46, Tomb Raider. I don't know if you guys played any of it, all of it. It's a great series. I wish the people who are currently holding the rights for that could go back to something more genuine, something more to the roots. Because the original creator of Tomb Raider was a very cool guy from UK. We often forget that Tomb Raider was British, right? It's not because the character is British that necessarily, you know, but the guy who did that was British. He had very good ideas of puzzle and atmosphere, and he wanted to make a smart series. And now it became mostly adventure, action, survival. I really had fun with one of the latest with RTX 3D here. Yeah, there's so many remakes of it. Alright. My number 45. My number 45 is... Oh, wow. Okay. So I'm gonna ask you guys to put your hands on the buzzer, and I'm gonna ask Trampy to be completely on the buzzer for this one. My number 45 is the continuation of what we said earlier regarding a big company that used to make great games in the 90s. Okay, I'm gonna give it now. I'm gonna give it. Ready? It's funny how these tens of games that we mentioned they're all in the same tens. Same bracket. We mentioned Full Throttle, we mentioned Grim Fandango, and my number 45 is indeed Devil's Tentacle. Good job, Tramp. It's funny, right? It's funny that they would all reach the same spot. It's very close, right? It doesn't mean anything. If one was number 20 and one was number 80, then it would mean I prefer it by far. Here, you know, Full Throttle is number 51, Grim Fandango 47, Devil's Tentacle 45. They're all on the very same spot because they share the same spot in my heart. Maybe Devil's Tentacle is just a notch above because that's the first one I did. And also because I think it's their biggest classic. It's amazing how good those games were and still are, yes. Perhaps because of nostalgia of it. I don't know about nostalgia. I think the dialogues were amazing. The wittiness of these games and the love that were put into these games was amazing. So, yeah, Devil's Tentacle. Good point for Trampy. The funny thing about Devil's Tentacle is that lots of people don't actually know. It's that it was the sequel of Maniac Mansion that I've never finished because it was just too hard for me back in the day, and I don't think I could do it nowadays because it's a bit too old for me. But there you go. A point for Trampy. Trampy is going back up. But you can play within on the computer. Yeah, on the computer of the guy. Yeah. That's how I discovered that, and then I looked into it, and then I tried the game again, and it's just too hard. Maniac Mansion. Good job, Trampy. Devil's Tentacle. My number 44. Wow. I think this is a series for points for Trampy. Trampy, get ready for this one. My number 44 is not a Lucas game. I'm gonna say it right now because somehow it could feel like one. However, my number 44 was produced by one of the best friends of Lucas. I think it's a game that could have become something, a series, more games, more remake, something, a movie. And they did nothing out of it. And it's such a shame because it's a fantastic adventure platformer game. Trumpy, come on. Nice try with the King Quest and Space Quest. It is not a point and click, it's a platformer. Adventure platformer. It was produced by Spielberg. Come on, no? The game was too short, sadly. It was too short, but it was really, really good. I've played it a lot when I was a kid. Where you play a little kid trying to save his dog. I'm gonna press the button. My number 44 is indeed Heart of Darkness. It was Spielberg, yeah. It was Spielberg. And that's why I thought, all my life I thought there would be a sequel, a remake, a movie. You know what I mean? This is the kind of game, this is the kind of title that would deserve so much more than being forgotten. Nobody knows this game anymore. And it was fantastic. Too short, much too short. But in the 90s, I was a huge sucker for these, you know, very beautifully drawn, illustrated environment like that, with a character that moves on it. A game that you won't find sadly in my top 100 was Bermuda Syndrome. That was the same idea. I used to love those games. Insanely beautiful, the whole 3D transition to 2D gameplay. You had cut scenes in 3D, yes. And then it would arrive like this in front of trees, and then it would be the 2D platformer sequence. That was amazing. That was really, really good. And the plot was cool. A bit simple, a bit casual and family friendly, but it works. It could have been a huge series, you know? I don't know what they're doing with this. A point for Trampy. Trampy is rushing for Stone's neck. Is it me or this looks... No, is that okay? You guys can see me? Let's go! My number 43. It was scary, tense as fuck. The whole shadow enemies I hated. Yeah, it was really good. We're already both winners. I'm still there, I'm still there. I'm still there, but sadly, yeah. I mean, let's be honest. The more we go and the less chances I'll have to... Oh my god, it's only big names after that, so it's gonna be a bit hard for me to get points. My number 43 is surprisingly one of the very few adaptations that you will find in the games I like. Let's be honest, when you adapt something into another medium, it sucks. Whether it's a book in a movie into a video game, like this is the case here, it usually is not good. Why? Because they do it for the money. They never do it for the passion, for the art, right? So my number 43 is a game that was released after a movie. It's one of the most successful movie adaptation, and it was on Nintendo 64 in 1997. I think that's the biggest hint here. It was an FPS made by a British company. A British company that still exists. And it was indeed GoldenEye. My number 43 is indeed GoldenEye 007. Which is surprising because even if it's that high in my top 100, I couldn't play it anymore. First because I think my dad sold my Nintendo 64. I think he recently asked me and I was like, nah, I don't care. And also because I couldn't play it, like, gameplay and graphically, it's just, I can't anymore. It's one of the very few times in my life where I played an FPS with a controller and was happy with it, right? It's funny when you think about it. But the British company Rare used to make amazing games. Scratch that. They didn't used to. They still do. They still do. That's a classic. The campaign was great. Holy shit, the 4 players split screen generated so many afternoons. Exactly. I've played the campaign so many times. I've played with all my friends on the couch. I've played with my little brother. I had so much good time with my little brother playing in this exact level here, Archives. So yeah, GoldenEye, amazing game. That's a point for Trampy. Oh my god, Trampy, you're almost there. I'm not gonna show you. I'm gonna keep the suspense like that. Yeah. Let's go. My number 42. Stonch must get this one. I wonder if you'll be surprised to find it there. My number 42 is a game that I've played on PC in 2019, and I couldn't continue because it was too hard. I've tried recently and I stopped again because it was too hard. One day I will finish this game, and even if I haven't finished it yet, it is my number 42 because it's an excellent game set in medieval Japan, but it's just so rough. Oh, that was a close one. Oh, that was a close one. 42 is Sekiro indeed. That was a... If I had the seconds in my timer, that would be funny to see. You must have like 1 second difference. Good job, Stonch. My number 42 is Sekiro. I just love this game. I think it's really good. I have obviously a bit of a bias because of Japan. Anything that is set in feudal Japan with fantasy, I'm like... Medieval Japan was RQ? Yeah. Very hard game in medieval Japan. Yeah. I didn't want to say From Software, but there you go. I want to finish that game one day. Really, I need to finish it. I just don't know how to do that with my hands. You know? Hopefully I finish this game one day. Hopefully. It's because you're a huge weeb. Wow. How dare you. Sekiro, number 42. Oh, okay. Oh, this is a good duel for Trampy and Stonch here. Get ready for this one because this one is actually very meaningful for the two of you. You ready? My number 41 is a game that came out in 2020. Excellent game from a company that I have not much, I was about to say respect, that's harsh, not much consideration for. It's a company that did several games and I disliked quite highly all of their previous games, and then they did this game which became one of the most sold out games in history, and it's fantastic game that Stonch just found. Hades. I was not even done with my clues, but hey, Stonch got it. Hades is my number 41. Great game. I already forgot about the sequel because I am absolutely not interested in the sequel. Somehow I feel like that's it. They did their games that I disliked. They did Hades that I loved, and they're back with the sequel and maybe the next games to something I don't like. It's funny. It was a what do you call that? One-time wonder or something? Remarkable game. Not only for the graphics, the illustrations, the gameplay, which is really rich and pleasant, but also for the plot and dialogues, which are so crisp and crunchy, and it's just what a remarkable writing in roguelike. Hades 2 is not even out yet. You might like it once it is. You know what I mean. It is. You can play it. It's early access. It's not going to change much, Stonch. They're not going to change the dialogues, right? One hit wonder. Yeah, for me, one hit wonder. Thank you. That's the expression. Supergiant has certainly had more hits. Yeah. This sold very well. It's for me. Okay, I clearly said that's for me. Supergiant has been successful right from the start, you know, their very first game was already a success. For example, BG3 was in early access for years. Yeah, but did it change much for someone like me? I don't think I would have, you know, hated it before or preferred it before. It completely rewrote. It's a bit different in the case of a role-playing game, maybe, don't you think? Wheels plotline. You said that, and you said that it was still not very satisfying for most people, right? Assetto Corsa Evo is early access and it's crap. It will become the best racing sim in a few years, hopefully. Yeah, but... Alright, we'll see. Okay, fine. I'm going to forget about Hades 2 and I'll play it in, what is it, 3 years when it's fantastic. How about that? I just don't think it will. I think it's gonna stay garbage. 41 for Hades is pretty honorable. Yeah, I'm sure someone like Stonch... how about you, Tramp? But I'm sure someone like Stonch would probably put it higher if he only did tops. If only it was more fun. Where would you put it, Trampy? Just like that, out of the blue. Closer to 1 or closer to 100? I think 41 is fine. It's true, it might feel a bit low, but I mean, it's 2020. You have to understand that before that, I've played so many games that touched my heart more, and prior to that, so that's why I think that's the most reason why Hades is only 41. We're talking about great games. Basically, number 50 and above are games that I rank 8.59 out of 10 minimum. So it's just great games. I guess around that. I wouldn't especially say it's in my top 20. Yeah, I see. Alright, let's move on. My number 40. Oh! So I'm gonna get some backlash from Stonch for this one. My number 40 is a game that came out, okay, 10 years ago, in 2015. However, Stonch would argue that the game came out last month. Because this game stayed in early access for 10 years. For me, it doesn't matter. I've played this game so many years ago, and I've started playing it again. I knew you would find it. That was too easy. That was too easy. My number 40 is indeed Caves of Qud. The stream froze? Oh, did it? I have 0% drop frames though. Did it freeze? Just did it too for a second. Oh, I have 0% drop frames. You know what? I wonder if Restream is not a bit clunky if you don't pay. You know, if you go for the free service, they give you the low tier of connection. Maybe it's a Restream thing, because my OBS says it's fine. So maybe it's on Restream side. Sorry about that. I hope it's okay. Caves of Qud. Yet again, and the reason why I said I would get some backlash from Stonch is he might argue, how can you put this game in your top 100 and even that high when you have not finished it? You know, it is what it is. Caves of Qud, for the amount of time I spent on this game, it's more than 100 hours. It deserves to be there. You don't even play properly on permadeath mode. It's Saturday night. Oh yeah. Let's have something else for music. There you go. Caves of Qud. I mean, this is the kind of game that I keep playing, you know, all throughout my life. Each time I feel like it, like playing a run, like trying to go further. It's just remarkable. For me, the reason why it's number 40, it's mostly because of how unique this game is. The unique feel it gives me. The lore, the world, the dialogues, the exploration. It gives me everything I want in a game. So, there you go. Did you get it? I gave you the point. Yeah, I didn't give you the point, sorry. Wait, did I give you the point for Hades, Stonch? I don't think I did. I don't think I gave you the point for Hades. There. Sekiro, I must have given you the point. Hopefully I did the right thing. We don't see the score. I know. I know. Would you rather see the score? Oh, like always? Because if I do, okay, let me show you the score right now. If I do, these are the scores right now. If I do, I mean, I can leave it there, just above the pictures. I'm hesitating between 22 and 23 for Stonch because I can't remember if I gave him the point for Sekiro. So... if I do 21, 20, 19, 16, which means after the 17 of Trampy, you have 20, 21, 22, which is 3 points. And which ones did you guess? That's a good idea to do the total. There's only 56 points here. So what? Yeah, you're right, there's 56. Are you telling me we forgot 4 of them? When nobody got a point. We would have to check the list again, but who cares? Who cares? Let's just do it for fun. Let's keep on going. Good job on Caves of Cut. Are you going to finish it? Are you going to ever finish Caves of Cut, Stonch? I wonder if it's in your top 100 for you, or if you just find it okay. Great game, fantastic game. It's a real... not sure about finishing? Yeah, okay. It's a very demanding game, but I find it amazing. It's funny how I talked to some streamers recently and they said, yeah, Caves of Cut is on my to-do list, but I don't know, I'm happy right now with Dwarf Fortress. Like, several people told me that, and I was like, that's probably why also this game doesn't have enough fame. It's because people think it's a civil what is it? Not a civilization builder, but a colony builder like Dwarf Fortress. They think it's similar. They have no idea. That's a problem. It would depend on if I go back to it probably later in the year. The first half of the year is mostly booked for games. Yeah, fair. That's a great game. It's I get all the exploration I want in this game. Alright, let's move on. My number 39. That's it, we're reaching the 30s here. Oh, my number 39. Tramp, you must get this one. Why? Because this game, it's a bit of a free gift for Trampy here. My number 39 is a game where I had one of the most funs in co-op with a friend, that friend being Trampy. This game is remarkable. It's one of the most fun I had as a team, doing co-op stuff, doing puzzle stuff, doing exploration. I think the game is beautiful looking. I think the game is fun. I think the game is family friendly. You can play it with your little boy or you can play it with your friend. I mean, if I say one other word, it will be too easy. Come on, Trampy. This is no Need... You don't remember the name? How dare you? Need for Speed 4, what the hell? Oh my god, if I say it, Stonch is gonna get it. It's a game that came out on PC in 2020. It is still very big in on stream. I see a lot of streamers playing it. Most people enjoy the PvP experience. Tramp and I don't. This is not our stuff. And I just learned that recently, I think it's last year, they updated the game so that you can play only PvE. Should I give it for that? There's not a single word that is true in there, but yeah. Oh my god, you gave this thing to Staunch? You gave this thing to Staunch? Oh my god. Give it for that? So yeah, it is a game about pirates, about ships, about stealing stuff on the ocean. Yeah, I should give him the thing. I mean, yeah, it's a tough one. Sea of Thieves, indeed. He knew the game. Yeah, he did. It's like the pirate thingy. Infuriated. Nah, let's give you the. You had it. You just did. Let's be honest. The title is very generic. Sea of Thieves. Eh. And that's the problem with this game. The title is generic. It looks a bit generic. There's nothing that is fundamentally unique and very attractive in this game. But as soon as you start playing with a friend or two, and you explore and you solve the puzzles and you have the whole immersion on the ocean, it's fantastic. I'm so glad that Tramp and my brother too. My brother used to play with me at this game. I'm so glad they accompanied me on this journey because it's one of the fondest memories I have playing with someone in a game where I get to do all the things I love in my life. Exploring, adventuring, solving puzzles. It's just, this game is fantastic. It's really fantastic. It is very high, and I know lots of people consider it very, I don't know, very casual or generic, but that's a game by Rare, by the way. The British company who did Donkey Kong and GoldenEye. So, fantastic game. A game based on plain knowledge is now something I'm really looking in a game. Yeah, the tech is pretty insane. Yeah, it's fantastic. Really like this game. So I'm giving a point to Tramp. Awesome. Let's go. Would it be? I hope it's. I have no idea if you ever do your top 50 one day, the Tramp, but I hope it's in there because I think it's. We had so much fun. We spent something like 100 hours on it, and I regret not a single second. It was so much fun. Like really. Like it's just so good, so good. That's it. 39. Let's move on. My number 38. Ooh, okay. Big name here. My number 39 started, okay, earlier than 1998, but I said I would put this game of the series, which got released in 1998, as the mark for this, because I've played the previous one. There was two before that in the early 90s. And they were cool. But then 3D happened, PlayStation happened, and the guy said, hey, I'm gonna remake the first two in one big game on PlayStation, and that's my favorite of the bunch. And then he did the 2, the 3, and the 4, and the 5. And then he was so fed up with the Japanese company who he was working for that he split with them, he made his own company. My number 38 is indeed Metal Gear Solid. So I said 98 because Metal Gear Solid is for me as the reboot of the series. It marks the beginning of something very unique. I really like the first two, don't get me wrong. On what was it? Not on Master System. I forgot. I forgot the console. But I did them on emulator, of course, and it was really cool. You could see, it's funny how when you play Ocarina of Time and you play the third one, A Link to the Past, you realize how much it is the same thing. It's the same with Metal Gear. If you play Metal Gear 1 and 2 and then you play Metal Gear Solid, you realize how much this is basically the same game retold in 3D. Great series. I'm not gonna lie, I like the series less and less as it goes, with ups and downs. I mean, for me the first one is a masterpiece, whereas the 2 and 3 are pretty cool. 4 is not good, and 5 is awesome as a system, but the game bore me to death. I didn't finish the 5th one. That's the only Metal Gear Solid I have never finished, the 5th one. I have it. I played on PC. I was so bored by the whole thing. And yet the system is remarkable. So, maybe I should go back to it one day. I don't know. I was just bored. 60 hours playtime, 45 hours cutscene. It is, and that's exactly why he's doing a Death Stranding movie as he's doing Death Stranding 2 at the same time. The guy needs to do movies. Finished none of them. You should finish this one. This one is remarkable. A point for Stunch. My number 37. Ooh, okay. My number 37 is a series that started in 1997, so basically the same year as Metal Gear Solid almost. It started on PlayStation and got quickly released on PC also. This one is a bit of an oddity, because basically these people, I think they come from California. They wanted to make animation movies. They wanted to make movies, but at the same time, I should never have said oddity. I shouldn't. I knew as soon as I said it, I was like, what am I saying? Yeah, my number 37 is Oddworld. I shouldn't have said it. So, yeah. Amazing series. Same here again. I think as time went by, I liked it less and less. I think Oddworld inhabitants are not good at doing games anymore. I'm sorry for them, but I don't think they're great. Munch was really poor. The Stranger's Wrath was just too boring. But the first two, Abe's Odyssey and Abe's Exodus, especially Abe's Exodus, are a remarkable game. Exodus is my favorite of the lot. It's right there behind me. It's right there behind me on the shelf. And I've done the 2 remake that they did recently, and most people agree that it's not great. It feels like they lost the touch to make good, crispy gameplay games, sadly. But you can't deny the fact that the lore, the world that they invented, is just so good, so unique. That's the kind of license that would deserve a good remake or a good restart, a reboot from another company, you know, with lots of love and passion for the project. A point for Stunch. My number 36. My number 36. Oh, big name. Okay, get ready, guys. I think you both played it. My number 36 is a game. Actually, okay. My number 36 is a series. My number 36 is a trilogy of games. However, I'm definitely putting the accent on the 3rd one, the final opus of that trilogy that came out in 2015 on PC, just because it is so remarkably, I don't know, great. The first one was really cool, the second one was much better, but the 3rd one is just awesome. Fronny, you're here! Yeah, Fronny, didn't give you a shout out. How are you, Franny? Check out this guy. I've played the PS1 version of Abe's Odyssey. I was hoping to love it, but didn't. Franny, did you? Oh, sorry. Oh, wait. We need to finish the 36. Well, let's get back to that. 36, trilogy of games. Oh my god, if I say anything... Okay, get ready. Speed contest. Let's do it. Let's put to finish this. Okay, actually, no. Trilogy of games. So famous. that they did a series of it, and it sucks. We tried it with my wife and we couldn't. Yes, that was too easy. That was too easy. My number 36 is indeed The Witcher. And as I said, I've put the accent on The Witcher 3 because I just think this is where the series shines. Okay, this is where it shines. 1 and 2 are totally cool, and I've heard that they've given the task to another studio to remake the first one, which is a great idea. But now I'm very excited for Witcher 4. Hopefully they keep the same atmosphere, because for me, Witcher was all about atmosphere. It's an ambient RPG. So, Franny, wait, let me give the point to Tramp. Good job, Tramp. A point for you. I had a question, Franny. When you say I played the PS1 version of Apes Odyssey, did you play it like in the retro thing you do? You seem to play games as a retro thing on console. Did you play it like afterwards, you know, or did you play it back in the day when it came out? Because that is, for me, that's a very important point. If you play a game like that now, Mass Effect, Bioshock, thanks for showing, which I'm good, a little sick, ooh, but otherwise fine. Yeah, be careful, especially if you have your baby now, you know. You don't want to give that to the baby. I still haven't played Witcher 3 past the first tavern. What? How could you guess Witcher and you haven't played the 3? You should totally play it, and you can totally play it now. It's as beautiful as ever. The game came out 10 years ago and it looks magnificent. It looks like a painting. You should totally play it, Trampy. You would spend 100 hours on it. I think I have like something like, I don't know, 150 hours on the third one. It's just fantastic. Fantastic game. I don't know why, I just can't. I don't give a damn about anything. Really? Wow. For me, the dialogues were amazing. It's one of the very first Western RPG where they made me enjoy any little sub-quest that you find. You know how in so many games, open world games, kill 50 rats, do this, go fetch that, it's just so bad, so boring, there's no inspiration at all. This game, they managed giving a narrative and a plot to any little sub-quest. That was remarkable. I think I fought a griffin something. Yeah, there's a griffin in it. The intro is a bit slow, I'd say, but once you get into the game, the stories are pretty immersive. Yes. This game has basically a tutorial that is very long, right? It's what CD Projekt do. Look at Cyberpunk. You can play for like 10-12 hours and then you finally get the main title and like, oh, that was just the introduction, you know? I was like... But for context, I'm really not into medieval fantasy. Okay. This game is all about that. Like, if you love medieval fantasy and the atmosphere of it, feeling completely immersed and lost in this dark, brooding medieval world, then you will love it. If not, yeah. I played about 2 years ago. Okay, so that was you talking about Oddworld, right? I thought the world was interesting. Some of the puzzles were fun to work out. The PS1 version can be kind of buggy, yeah. Though, and most importantly, I just don't really connect with cinematic platformers. Oh, okay. Too stiff, mechanical feeling. I like fast, responsive, athletic platforming. Yeah. Oddworld was a platformer, but just because it had to, not because it wanted to. You know what I mean? So you don't play Oddworld for the thrill of a super Meat Boy or that kind of thing, right? You play Oddworld for the world, for the puzzles, for the jokes, for the lore of it. I love the lore that they invented. I would like to see an amazing adventure game in this series again. You know, that's the kind of thing. It gets a lot better once you get to the second map, I'd say. Ah, that's fair. That is fair. You're talking about Witcher, right? The map is huge. Tramp, you should totally play it again.
Hello, follow me.
Yep. Did I give you the point? Yeah, I give you the point, Trampy. Nice. Let's move on. I'm glad to have you, Franny. Maybe you can get a point. If I'm not mistaken, you currently stand at 0. You need to get a point. Alright. Where is my list? Number 35. Okay, I'll just start with this. My number 35, and don't say Sonic. Don't be dumb, don't say Sonic. My number 35. What do you want me to do now? With the two of you, what do you want me to do? Okay, I've got an idea. I'm gonna start my introduction with a few hints. You're not allowed to type it, because I don't know what I do now. And as soon as you can hear the ding again, you can type your answer. So even if you have an idea, you can pre-type it and type enter, and I will give the point to the fastest. My number 35 is a trilogy of games that started in 1986 on Nintendo, and it's probably the biggest name in Japanese video games. It could have been Mario, but it isn't. No, it is not Sonic, so that's the last one. If it's not Mario, if it's not Sonic. Yes. Good job, Trumpy. It is Zelda indeed. I mean, I can't give the point because each time you say Zelda, so what do you want me to do? You know? You reached the level of Stone, Trumpy. What are you on about? It is Zelda. But I can't. I never said Zelda at the time. Yeah, that's true. I know you ostentiously said Sonic 3 times because you knew it. He gets the point 100%. Yeah, good on you. Zelda. And here I'm explicitly saying Zelda 1, 2, 3. No, Zelda 3 is also on Super Nintendo, but basically I usually put only the first console when it appeared, right? So Zelda 1 and 2 appeared on NES, so I said NES. I'm not gonna write all the consoles. Ronnie. And to be fair, I don't know about you, Ronnie, but for me, even if I put the whole trilogy together on this 35th spot, would you care to guess my favorite one of the trilogy? If you are, I don't know if you've played the three of them. Like, it's crazy how I can speak to anybody and their favorite one of the trilogy is the third one. Always. It's always the third one. A Link to the Past is just the favorite one. I'm not counting Link's Awakening, the trend, because it's on Game Boy. I was never a big fan of it. If I had to say Link's Awakening, I would pick the remake they did recently, you know, on PC. Not just on PC, but I've played on PC. You know. Did they? Yeah, they did. If you're interested, you should. Franny, are you saying your favorite one is the second one? Or are you saying mine is the second one? I'm totally ignoring Stonch, by the way. Because he's just trying to bait me. It's Beta Stonch, that's his name. Both? Seriously? Franny, like me? No way! My favorite one is indeed the second one. That's so cool. That's the first time I meet someone who says their favorite one of the trilogy is the second one. That is really cool. I'm so glad. For me, Zelda 2 was just so different. Miyamoto wanted to try something with another team, with something very dark and all that. And this is, for me, something that they kept throughout the series. Like, each time they release one that is family friendly, very, you know, Zelda adventure. That's mean, but I want to say la-di-da, kind of, you know. And then, a few years later, they release another one that is much darker, much more different. And that usually works a bit less, but has a big cult underground from people who actually enjoy that. And Zelda 2 was that for me. Don't get me wrong, I love Zelda 1. Zelda 1 is fantastic. But it feels more, you know, classic and not bland, but normal. Zelda 2 is just unique. Zelda 3, I did it too late. I did Ocarina before Zelda 3, so you can imagine that since they're the same game, I preferred Ocarina of Time. Majora's Mask. Take a game like Majora's Mask. Never mind. Yeah, a point for... who got it? Who got that? Yeah, Trumpy. A point for Trampy. Good job. You're catching up, Tramp. You can really catch up. Ocarina of Time is my favorite, and then Link's Awakening. It was junior high years on my Game Boy. That's crazy. If you really love that much Link's Awakening, you should play it. You should play the remake, Tramp. Seriously, play the remake. It's really, really good. And if you have the opportunity to do the one that they did after that, same engine, so that kind of lovely, chubby 3D from diagonal like that, but about the princess. Basically, you play Zelda herself. You should totally do that. I really want to do that game, seriously. Alright, number 35. My number 35 was Zelda, the first trilogy. Okay. I'll try. I haven't heard of it at all. I'm not... Now, if anybody says Zelda, I'm just ignoring it. Even if it's true. Especially if it's true. My number 34 is a game that I think some of you know. I think someone like Frony should know this one better because he knows a lot of games from that era. It's hard to say which one is precisely my absolute favorite, but I do really love Zelda 2. Yeah, I also love A Link to the Past and Link's Awakening and Majora's Mask, and really like some others. I agree. It's really hard, right? Funny, we should have had that discussion at the beginning because before I did this top 100, I had a lot of talk with Stone, for instance, about what I should do about these big series which have several games in it. Should I put them together? Should I do them individually? It's really hard, right? So for this very first time I do it, I've put lots of them together, but next year I think I might do things a bit differently. 34. What did I say about 34? 34 is a game that came out in 1998 on PC. It is a point-and-click adventure psychological horror game. It's a very weird and indie game that came out from this studio, and they did nothing after that. At least nothing that I know, and the studio just disappeared. Maniac Mansion was much before 98, I think. And we already mentioned Day of the Tentacle, by the way. We talked about Maniac Mansion. It is a game... How could I say that? How could I say that? Okay, I'm gonna try and give you the point, guys. It's a psychological game where you wake up as a guy in a weird place, in a weird... I can't say the word. In a weird place, and you forgot everything. You forgot everything to what happened to you, and the whole world around you seems crazy. And you need to escape from there. The funny part in this game is that we never get to see the face of your character. That's the last hint I might give, because your character has bandages all around his face. That's the biggest hint I'll give. After that, I'm gonna give myself the point if you don't get it. Point and click, adventure, not adventure, point and click, psychological, The Mummy of Day of the Tentacle. No. Nobody has it. I'm gonna give myself the point, but I'm sure you guys know at least the game. Franny, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do here. I usually give points to people who got the game even if they kind of forgot the name, but I'm not sure. What do you mean by that, Franny? What do you mean? I hesitate. Do I press the button or what? Come on, Franny. Give me something. Give me something more than that. Even a sentence to see if you get the game, if you have the game right. Definitely gets the point. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm just guessing based on a word you wouldn't say. Oh. Well, then if you don't know the game but you said that, Franny, it's amazing how you are very good at deduction. Stone, you're using his hints to get that. Don't do that. Yes, my 34 is Sanitarium, but I can't give you the point, Stone. You are a cheeky bastard, Stone. Did you play that game? Okay, if you played the game, Stonch, I'll give you the point. No point for it. No. Did you finish this game, Stonch? If you played the game, I'll give you the point. If not, if you used Agent Franny's very good skills at deduction. You're like the guy who's waiting for the various answers for the others, and then you jump on this thing. Come on. I'll need the comment. You didn't play it. You didn't play it. I can't give you the point, guys. Come on. You'll just have to call it a draw and get... No. You are a cheeky one. No. I'm getting the points. You get... Okay, who played Sanitarium here? Did you, Agent Franny? No, you said because you said I don't know the game. Not that I've shown that. It feels like this is the kind of game you would have done, Franny. You haven't? Trampy? Okay. Stone. Zelda, let's go. It is not Zelda. Stop it with Zelda. We just had Zelda so many times already. How are you, Stone? Check out this guy. He wastes his life playing Slay the Spire. But sometimes he plays other great games. I don't think I've ever heard of this one. Really, Franny? Oh, you have to play this game. If you're in this chat and in all, most streamers that I've discovered, you're one of the guys who care the most about retro gaming. You're totally fine with that. You should totally try. If you're into point and click with dialogues and all that, right? I don't know about your taste, but if that's the case, you should totally play it. I can tell you I definitely played Twin Suns Odyssey. I don't care. I was on Disco Elysium, but 98 didn't sound right. Yeah, no. Which is around the same time period and similar style. Yeah, but that's nothing to do with the same, you know, mechanisms. Nah, I'm sorry. I'm giving myself the point there. This is for me. This one is for me. My number 34 is Sanitarium, indeed. Excellent game from a studio that never did anything after that. This is the kind of game that should be retold. Zelda was before. Yeah, it was before. You can give yourself the point if you're okay with cheating.
Stop right there, criminal scum!
No way. I get the point for this one. This one of... I don't see the box. I used to have the box, so maybe I sold it back. I was fascinated by that game as a kid. I was, what, 14? Yeah, because 98, there you go. 98. As a teen, that was fantastic. This game is just fantastic. The writing is fantastic. It starts as a nonsensical adventure, you know, in a world crazy. You think this is nonsense, this is just silly, this is what the hell is going on. You know what? Exactly like David Lynch, that I just learned died 2 days ago. It starts nonsensical, and the more you go and the more you realize, oh my god, everything makes sense and everything has a meaning. Remarkable writing. If you're into great writing with narrative plots and depth layers of meanings in an adventure, you should totally play this game. Nah, now what? Not interested? Not in it? My number 33. Huh, interesting. I'm pretty sure someone said that number 33 earlier this morning, but as a joke. I can't remember. My number 33 came out in 1996. Some games in the same series came before that, but it was 2D, and I don't think they were that good. The first time this series went 3D was in 1996. Oh yeah, nice one, Stonch, nice one. And the Tramp was right behind. Duke Nukem 3D. Duke Nukem 3D might be one of the highest old school FPS in my top 100, but I have just so many fond memories and so much love for that series. One of the reasons is probably being because with a friend we've made a whole campaign with levels. I used to develop levels on the build engine. I did so many levels with him. I learned so many stuff that feels so geeky and nerdy now that I think about it. But yeah, I used to love developing levels with my, you know, I would do it on square paper in advance to make sure I was fine, and then would do it with, learn about the touch plates and stuff, and it was amazing. And because of that, because of the time I spent on it, Duke Nukem is just so, yeah, it's so high in my list. I love Duke Nukem. It's funny because that series is not great when you think about it. Everything that came out after that, except maybe Manhattan Project, but the whole rest, the Duke Nukem Forever that took something like 15 years of development hell and all that, were just not good. It's a series that is just not good today. And I don't think we'll see a good game from 3D Realms. You can see 3D Realms here. I don't think you can see it actually. But hopefully one day another studio takes the reins and make a great reboot of the series. Stonch gets a point. Good job. My number 32. Oh, okay. My number 32 is something that I've put together, okay? You know how I've put several games together when it's a huge series and I take a chunk of the, you know, the chronology of that series. If it's a series that spans something like 40 years, which is kind of the case here, I take a chunk of it and I say this goes in my spot 32. I rented the next Nintendo 64 version, didn't get far. Later, I had Zero Hour. I like that one a lot. Nice. Yeah, I wouldn't play it on Nintendo 64. For me, that was on PC. That was my first PC playing that. My number 32 is a big name of video gaming. It's a platformer. That came out, I think, in late 80s. But this chunk that I've put here is the first time that the series went, not technically the first time, but in real 3D. This is the first time that this series went full 3D. It is not Mario, but I believe it's very similar in terms of time. When was the Mario 64? I think it's the same time. And it's one of the competitors of Mario. I'll put it like that. That's an easy one. Yes. It is not Sonic 3D exactly, but it is Sonic. Good job, Trampy. I know that Sonic 3D existed before that, but you know what I mean? For me, it started with Sonic Adventure. For me, the real 3D incursion of Sonic starts with Sonic Adventure. And mind you, I've put Frontiers with it, because Sonic Adventure and Sonic Frontiers is a bit all of the same to me. So I've put them together. And also playing Frontiers didn't make me put Sonic Adventure higher or lower on the list. On the Dreamcast, yes. Sonic Adventure on Dreamcast, and I've added Frontiers on PC just because, you know. Sonic Adventure is my number 32. I'm a big fan of Sonic, and I've decided to separate the 3D part of Sonic for this list because I think it was... I really consider in my head the 2D Sonic and the 3D Sonics as two completely separate, different playstyle games. You know, the mechanisms feel very different, so that's why I split them. But yeah, 32 for Sonic. Good job, Champ. My number 31. I wonder who's gonna get that one. Actually, you know what? That's the funny part. I don't think it's a game that you would think about for me, but I would argue that all of you guys in the chat have played this game or this series of games at least once. It feels like everybody in their life played that game once. Maybe not the people who are not gamers, right? It's a series of games that never got released on PC, only on console. It started in 1999 with the Nintendo 64, and the latest one is on Switch. It's a series of games. Get ready, ready for the fast speed answer. Ready? It's a game where you just beat each other. nice one, Fronny. Stone, you were right behind. Oh my god, it is indeed Super Smash Brothers. Wow. It's funny, Fronny, because you often feel like you very, you know, you pace yourself with your even your chat on your stream is in slow mode, right? But for this one, man, you were right on the spot. A point for Fronny. Fronny, I think it's his first point for Fronny. Nice one. Adrian Fronny gets a point. Stone, you were right behind, which means Stone and Fronny are tied with 1 point. Ooh. Good job. Super Smash Bros. Amazing series. Amazing series. I think everybody played that game at least once. You know, if you used to go to a friend's place and they have it and you play on the couch for 10 minutes, everybody played that. It's a fantastic series. Fantastic. I really love it. I really love it. I've played so much in my youth. I might actually play it more once I decide that he's nice enough and I can take it. I'm gonna say it right now. The latest one, that you can see here, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, is right behind me, in the cupboard behind me. It's been in the cupboard since Christmas, but I haven't taken out because I thought he needed to be nicer, and I'll see if he has better marks when the school starts again next week. All right. Played, I was abused more accurately. For whoever played this game, who was your main? Who was your main? I can't. That's a kind of, that's a kind of series where you can have discussion about who's your main, who's your second. Link, which one? Because now there's more. Which one? This one? Marth. Oh, Marth was a good one. I don't know if we can see Marth. I don't see him there. I'm going to tell you my history of mains. On the very first one on 64, it was Kirby, just because Kirby was my favorite character on Nintendo for a long time. Then I switched on to Captain Falcon. I've played a lot of Captain Falcon just because I really liked his style. And then I switched on to Ness. Ness was just so good and so unique, and so much. Most of my friends were not used to him, and so it helped me. And then when Melee came out, Super Smash Bros. Melee, I didn't play it, sadly, so I can't talk about that. Now that this one is out, would you care to guess who my main is? I know there's what is it, 50, 60 characters, so it's not gonna be a fun game trying to guess. But do you know who my main is? I'm gonna give you a hint. My main is not in the actual game. It's in the DLC, the second DLC. I like all the links. I like Ness as well. Nice, Stone. Not many people like Ness. That's cool. So Speed, Ice Climber. Ice Climber was really painful. Squirtle. Squirtle. You mean Pokemon trainer? I usually play as Link. Link. Wow. In front, is it like Stone? Do you not care about who? Because there's Link. There's a Toon Link. Banjo-Kazooie. No, yeah, that's true. There was this guy. No. Okay, I can tell you who my main is. You will not believe it, because honestly I don't believe it myself. But once I played once, I was like, oh my god, I love his Super Smash Bros. Is all about that, feeling it here. If you feel it there, it clicks. When I played, I was like, this is for me. My main one in Super Smash Bros. My main one in Super Smash Bros. Is Sephiroth. Yes. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to say it. Rail Link if there's a lot of player. Toon Link for 1v1. Nice. Okay. Interesting. Because you're weeb. Oh my god, Stone. I don't really have a strong preference. They're all similar enough to me. Are they? For me, like just the fact that if I say Sephiroth has a sword, it makes the whole gameplay different, in my opinion. Did you ever play Steve from Minecraft, for instance? That is it feels like you're playing a whole new game, in my opinion. All right, let's move on. Would you mind if I take a 2 minutes toilet break? Is that okay with you guys? I don't really have a strong preference. Sounds like all my friends here, I'll play random against you, 3 stocks v1. I'm extremely casual as Smash, but yeah. I don't think I'm extremely casual, but I don't think I'm close to being decent. I'm just weak. Oh, by the way, who gets the point for Super Smash? Who got that? Who got Super Smash? Ronnie, did I give you the point? Yeah, I did give you the point. Let me show you the thing. And if I click on this, there you go. Agent Frank, yeah, you got it. Nice. -1 point for each toilet break. How dare you? Alright. Should Franny be at 2 points now? Why? How come? What was it? Oh yeah, you're right. He said one. What was it? One that he was very fast guessing. No, it was this one. No? You're trying to mess with me, Snatch. Trying to mess with my mind. I'll have a pee. Let's have a pee, guys. Let's have a pee, and I'll see you in 2 minutes. See you.
Hello, follow me.
Alright, guys. Just one, I only got Smash Bros. I almost guessed Sanitarium, but chose a synonym. Yeah, that was crazy for the Sanitarium one. When you said Asylum, I was like, he knows. Asylum, Sanitarium. I thought you had it, but you just couldn't figure out, you know, the title of the game. That's sometimes it happens. And when it's like that, I give the point. But then you said, I don't know the game, I haven't played it. I don't know if you play board games, Franny, but you must be good at deduction board games. Then him cheated and gave himself the point. Oh my god. Alright, let's go. So is everybody ready? We are now reaching the top 30. Basically the games I'm talking about right now. Oh, we have the scores here. The games that we are talking about right now are 9.5 out of 10. Okay, we're talking about amazing games. Just amazing games. Despite anything that Stonch will say in the chat, don't pay attention to him. Yeah. Let's go for my number 30. Okay, this one is a bit of an easy one. However, for some reason... Oh no, I was about to say, I don't think any of you played that, but you know what? I think Stone played it. I don't know if Stone is still in the chat, but I am pretty sure he played it. And if he's not, if he hasn't, sorry, my apologies. My number 30 is a game that came out in 2020 on PC. It is a multiplayer competitive FPS. And I didn't think it would be that high in my top 100, but I think it's one of the best. I'm a sucker for multiplayer FPS competitive games. And I'm a sucker for that, and I didn't think it would be that high, but I think it's remarkable. I think the design of this game is remarkable. It is not Overwatch, it is not PUBG, it is not Tarkov. It is very colorful, I'll give you that clue, which is a big clue. Ooh, Franny! Good job, Franny. Awesome. Yeah, my number 30 is indeed... What the hell? The music is messed up again. Never played it. You haven't? Okay, so I'm mistaking with another guy, sorry. Really? Sorry, Stone. I'm not really an FPS player other than the Hello. Okay. Then I must be confused with someone, sorry. Valorant. So, okay, I was about to say, if you love FPS player, multiplayer, and that kind of thing, then, but if you don't, then don't bother with it. Valorant is an excellent game. Like, if you love CS and all that, you just should play this game. It's remarkable. It's the game that made me appreciate special powers and like MOBA style games, because I don't like MOBA games. But Valorant is just remarkable. All the characters, I don't know now because I haven't played it for a couple of years now. I think they added something like 3 or 4 new characters, so they're starting to lose me a bit. But when you look at other games like Deadlock and all that, when it's a third-person shooter, I'm bored. It doesn't, you know, I'm not interested in it. This for me is the thing. Excellent game. So let me give a point to Franny, and also we have a bit of a problem with the audio again, because this is not Jet Set Radio Future. What the hell? What is happening right now with my playlist? My playlist seems to be pretty buggy. There you go. I remember you saying as a hero shooter it was the closest to CS you played. Exactly. Exactly. Like, I love how most people on internet, I've noticed, it's a bit of a war, you know? It's like, are you a CS, are you on the side, a CS side, or are you a Valorant side? They're fighting. It's like, what are you on about? These games are like complementary. If you want a CS classic, like chess, you play CS. If you want a variation on chess, you play Valorant. That's just literally where it's at. You know, like, I don't know, freestyle chess, and then we play Valorant, or shogi, if you know the Japanese variant of chess, shogi. This is where it's at. It's remarkable. The design, I wouldn't have liked it if I didn't think the character design and all their powers was not smartly crafted, but I think everything works very well, very, very well. And I've played games like what's it called, Apex Legends, and I hate it, you know. So there you go. Let's move on with my number, what is it, 30? We continue the top 30. I don't know much about this type of game, I just guessed Valorant because I saw an ad for it recently. That's crazy. And if you don't like FPS, multiplayer, competitive and all that, if you know, I mean, that's fair, okay? I've played so much of that in my life that for me it's natural, but I know also at the same time when you mentioned something, I mean, if you say Call of Duty to me, I'm like, I'm already not listening anymore, you know? So I can imagine for someone who never played that kind of game, would just put all together and say, FPS competitive is not my style, not my jam, you know? Some people are like that with sports games, or people are like that with a racing game, you know? This is fair. My number 29. My number 29 is a game that probably most of you, if not all of you, consider a bad game. Consider a game boring as hell, ugly. I don't know if you've played it, but you've probably seen it. You probably saw me play it and you were like, how can he play this game? It's just bad. It's a game that came out more than 10 years ago. Most 90% of the market. They can be fun. I was into Call of Duty for a while, a long time ago. Oh, okay, and I was reading and I didn't need to give more clues because someone got it right. He's back. He was a bit asleep at the wheel and Stonch is back. Daisy indeed. Daisy is my number 29. I'm not gonna say what I already said lots of times on stream, but just as a summary, I hated Daisy for years. I saw it when it started as a mod for Arma. I thought it looked bad. Years later, when it got released as itself, there was a bit of a bad press on it, and then they made a free weekend or free week on it. I tried it, was awful. I did a bad review of it. I trashed the game. Years later, I bought it to play with someone, and I thought it was bad again. I trashed it again in a review for years, right? And then one day, I'm gonna give a shout out right now actually to that guy. One day I saw the videos of one guy. I'll never give enough credit to that guy because I genuinely respect and appreciate that guy. He's called South Sweet on YouTube, but also on Twitch. Oh, look at that! Obviously, it's a clip from Daisy. That young man from UK plays a lot of Daisy. He has like something like 10,000 hours in the game. He does his videos himself on YouTube, and he's the guy who made me understand what this was about. Suddenly I was like, oh my god, I've been playing this game wrong. This is how you have to play. This is how I have to imagine in my head and feel immersed in it. And since then, I think Daisy is one of the best games of all time. It's funny, right? It's an awesome waiting in a container under a rain simulator. I know lots of people consider it bad, and let's be honest, it doesn't look great. This picture here looks better in my... Oh, you can't see my... There you go. This picture here looks great. This picture here doesn't look great, right? I love it. If you love exploration, immersion, atmosphere, this is the closest I've ever seen a game to raw survival. The idea that just a little piece of cloth, a little wood stick, a little paper clip, there's no paper clip in the game, but the idea that all these tiny things matter so much when you find one in 10 hours of gameplay, it's just so true, so real in this game. I really love it. It was actually fun to watch on stream. And once again, if you're interested in YouTube videos, go watch one of the videos from South Sweet. It's remarkable. You can pick any video of his that came out in the last couple of years. I think if you like that, you will understand. If you don't like it, even when you watch his videos, then it just means it's not for you. Let me give a point to Stonch. Good job, Stonch. Let's continue. My number 28. Ooh, my number 28 is a game that came out a few years ago on PC. It is an indie game by one of the developers, by one guy, one of the indie devs that I respect the most in my life, the most in the current industry. As an artist, and also as a guy, because as just a guy that I've talked to on internet, I respect him a lot. No, not the witness. I respect him a lot, and I'm gonna give a big hint here. This is probably his most famous game. He's the guy that I often compare to the director that I learned died a couple of days ago. David Lynch died a couple of days ago. I always say that this guy is the David Lynch of video gaming. If you love David Lynch, you should check out his games, because I think he is the David Lynch of video gaming, except he even has lots of humor in his games, which I find remarkable. And this game here is his most successful game. Since this game, this guy has been propelled onto the big scene. Okay, all the game. Oh my god, Stone! She got tricked by Stone! Oh wow! Oh wow, nice one. Nice one. Oh yeah. Inscription. And that's true. Stone actually finished Inscription on stream. Check out his stream. He finished the game on stream. Stone has a tendency to finish games so quickly. He's just good at it because he plays so seriously. I forgot the name for a minute. The name is a bit tricky. I agree. Inscription, like it doesn't. I mean, there's probably many reasons why he chose this title, right? But that's true when you think about a card game, a roguelike with cards. You don't think about Inscription. It's a weird word, right? Nice one, Stone. Inscription, my number 28, and admittedly the highest ranked game from Daniel Merlins in my top 100. Good reminder from Stone when he says Pony Island. Pony Island 2 will come out probably this year. I am so excited. Pony Island is an excellent game. Not his best. I prefer the Hex and Inscription more, but Pony Island is still probably in my top 200. And Pony Island 2 seems to be a masterpiece. He mixed Inscription style in it. He asked the guy who does board game reviews to be his actor because there's FMV in the game. It looks fantastic. Everybody should put Pony Island 2 in their wishlist. Great game. Have you played Boba yet? Boba, no, I don't think I have. Same, I've watched Pirate Software playthrough and I loved it. I didn't like playing it at all. Oh, you didn't like playing it? Oh my god, really? Oh, for me that game was so addictive. Just this part, and that's... spoilers. Just this here would be enough for me. And I think it shows how much the guy loves board games, and he comes on BGG sometimes, because he had a complete understanding of what a deck builder is. Remarkable game. Let me give a point to Stone, who is now back on tied with Fronny. Interesting. Let's move on. Yeah, everybody should play Inscription, and if you have one game to play from Daniel Merlins, you should play Inscription. Okay. Finally, a point for me. I'm not even sure this is worth doing the hints, the quiz here. You guys are not gonna get this one. My number 27 is a game that came out in 1994 on PC. It is actually the sequel of a game, but I consider the first one to be much less interesting. It felt more like a prototype. The second one is much better. And when I say much better, it's my number 27. So yeah. There's been nothing like it after that. The people who did this game did nothing after that. We're talking about a French game. That's a bit rare in my top. The Tramp could tell you how much I usually don't put France high up on a pedestal. But this time, it's a French game. It's fantastic. No, none of you have it. It is an adventure game, but it's just a clicker. Okay, it's point and click, but there's no point and click per se. There's FMV in it. Okay, if you guys are interested in FMV games, this is a French game with FMVs that is set in space. I can't say more than that. If you know the game, if you've played, you would know by now. If not, I'm gonna get the point. Reminder, you cannot Google that. Google is, you can't search. If you don't know the game, just play the game fair. You don't know it, and I'll make you discover a great game. Out of this world, no. Le Mist, bastard. French Mist. It has nothing to do with Myst actually, because it's not so much puzzles. That's a weird thing with this game. It's, you know how Myst and all the games from the mid-90s were all about puzzles? This game is not so much about puzzles. It's more about dialogues, lots of dialogues, quirky dialogues. It's a bit like the French version of Hitchhiker Guide to Galaxy, but it's very oniric. Is that how you say? You probably don't say oniric in English, but it made me dream when I was a kid. I don't think any of you know it, so I'm gonna give myself the point. My number 27 is Commander Blood. It just shows blood here, but it's Commander. Commander Blood is my number 27. It's just fantastic. Commander Keen, yeah, when I saw that I was like, yeah. Excellent game. If you've never played that game and you are fine with very ugly looking, you know, retro gaming like that, you should give it a try. But I reckon, I don't know if there was an English version actually. Maybe there is an English version. Hopefully there is an English version. Even myself, I don't think I'd be able to play it again just because it is so old, right? Even when it came out, it was weird and indie. Fantastic game. It made me dream, it made me, you know, imagine stuff. I thought gaming was amazing. When I played that game, I thought games can do as well, if not better than movies or books. So there you go, Commander Blood. This here is a guy dressed up as that, as a FMV. Fantastic, fantastic. If you remember, do you remember the movie with David Bowie, Labyrinth? It's that, you know, with puppets and weird stuff, dark stuff. It's what this is about, but in sci-fi. All right, let me get a point and let's move on. My number 26 is a trilogy of games. Trilogy of games from Japan that started in 1999. I'm gonna give a big clue here, so get ready. The first two games came out, and then we waited something like 20 years to see the third one. That's a huge clue. It's an adventure action game, simulator, investigation, set in Japan and then in China. A point for the tramp. My number 26 is Shenmue. Shenmue is my number 26. It feels weird for me to put it that high because 26 is very, very high. We're talking about games that are 9.5 out of 10 here, when I actually think Shenmue doesn't necessarily deserve, especially the second or the third one, I don't think they deserve a 9.5 out of 10 because the game is just too weird and unique. But it's for the spot it has in my heart that it deserves to be 26, if you know what I mean. The game is clunky as hell, the game is just so painful on so many levels. But 99, I'm 15 years old, I got a Dreamcast, I bought a Dreamcast, and I play this. This is the game, among other stuff, that made me think, oh my god, I want to be able to read this, I want to go over there, sorry, here, because this is China. I want to go over there, I want to go to Japan and I want to live in Japan. This is, I'm not afraid to say, this is one of the reasons why my kids were born in Japan. It's funny, right? To sing that stupid game like that. This is one of the reasons why I went to Japan. This is why it's so high, when it's actually not that an amazing game. It's just unique. That's why. The first one is crazy good. Yeah, and at the same time, it's just weird, right? It's not great in terms of gameplay. If you take that game objectively, I don't think it's a masterpiece. If you take this game for what it is as a person, you know how you meet someone and they're so weird and they have all their flaws and all that, but they are so unique. This is what this game is about. It can tell you so much to your heart. A Second Life simulator, it was crazy. Training, punching in the air, up your skills, racing for lifts, exactly. Amazing game, fantastic. If you have never played Shenmue, I doubt you would enjoy it now, just because it looks so ugly, even in the remaster. The third one that they did as a Kickstarter is just not good. I have to finish it. I haven't finished it just because I think it's just so painful. But yeah, it's a series that is really precious in my QTE, Quick Time Event. That guy who did something fighters, virtual fighters, and Shenmue is really the father of the QTE. So yeah. So there you go. Number 26. Let me give a point to Trampy. Trampy, you are closing up to Stonch. You have to go on. We're finally reaching the last quarter of my top 100. We're talking about masterpieces. You can feel my breath on his neck. Okay. I believe my number 25, none of you guys played it just because I don't think this is your stuff. For some of you that watch me or that know me, you already know I love it. And yet it's very surprising because when it came out, I didn't think I would buy it. When I bought it, I was like, what am I doing? I'm not gonna like it. When I started playing it, I thought, this is not a game for me. I even disagree mostly with the content of this game on an ethical level. And now it's my number 25 just because I think it's one of the best games of all time. My number 20... Let's see. That was a good one. My number 25 came out in 2017. It's mostly a game with lots of DLCs, but it's a game that has not much to it. I'm gonna spoil the thing. No, am I gonna spoil the thing? No, I'm gonna try not to spoil the thing. I'm gonna try not to spoil too much the next 25 games. It's an FPS. I'll say that, at least. It's an FPS set in all sorts of places throughout the world. Actual places. But only in nature. There. I'll say that. It's a game from Sweden, I believe. Ooh, Stonch. Nice one. My number 25. The nature one was probably a bit too much of a hint, right? The Hunter. Call of the Wild. Yeah. It's, if you had told me, I don't know, something like 6-7 years ago, I wouldn't have got it without that. Yeah, the nature one was a big hint, but there you go. I tried to play with you. You did not enjoy it, did you? I think you didn't. Most people wouldn't. Let's be honest, if you had told me 7 years ago, that's about that, right? 2017. Hey, one day you're going to play this game, a game where you hunt animals in the forest, and that's it. And you're going to love it, and you're going to rank it 25 in your top 100. I'll be like, what are you talking about? I don't even like hunting. I wouldn't have believed it. But seeing just this right now makes me want to play again. I've played something like 200 hours in this game. It's fantastic. Fantastic. If you love nature, if you love animals, despite how hypocritical this sounds, you should totally play this game. If you love FPS, if you love immersion, exploration, it's just amazing game. A point for Staunch. I don't think anybody played this game. Anybody that I know, right? It's not a game that most people would play, I reckon. Fantastic game. Let's move on. Is the stream on? For some, okay, yeah. It says 0%, so I'm fine. But for some reason the screen blinked. Yeah, sure. Okay. My number 24. Okay. I don't know if any of you played this game. Maybe Tramp played this game. My number 24 is an oldie. It's a game from... it's sad that I don't know if Frony is still there. He must have gone to do his own stream. But my number 24 is a game that came out in 1995 on Super Nintendo. It is an action RPG, but definitely more action than RPG, in 2D. Back in the day of all these, you know, Chrono Trigger and whatnot. And it is not Chrono Trigger. Got you there, Stone, sorry. It is not Harvest Moon, it is not Secret of Mana. You guys are really saying RPGs, but it's definitely more on the action than the RPG side. It has two different titles depending on what country in which country you played. Still hanging about. You're there, yeah, you're there, that's awesome. Don't feel pressured or anything. It is not Final Fantasy IV. As I said, not so much an RPG, it's more of an action RPG. Comes from Japan, I don't know if I said that. It's a typical game where you play a little boy and stuff happens to you, and this game has a huge spot in my heart for its music, for its world, for its story, for the characters. I love this game. Not Earthbound. You guys keep saying RPGs, but once again, think when I say Zelda, you think more of an action dungeon explorer than RPG, even for this tiny bit RPG elements. Think like that. It's a bit of a Zelda-like. And that's why I think most people, most people don't know this game, or at least have not played it. I think I'm getting the point on this one, because we started 2 minutes ago, and I usually make it around 2 minutes. My number 24 is, depending on where you were, back in my country it was called Illusion of Time, but in Japan it's Illusion of Gaia. Illusion of Gaia is one of my highest, most preferred adventure RPG games. I was on it. You were on it? Oh, and I thought, nah, it's too much of an RPG. Nah. There's as much RPG elements in it than a Zelda, so yeah, it's more of an action RPG. This game is fantastic. Illusion of Time back in France. In many other countries it was Illusion of Gaia in Japan. Fantastic. To this day, I still know how to play some of its songs on piano. At least the melody, just because I love it so much. I love the music in it. When I was younger, I think I was something like 20 or something like that, I wrote to the guy who did the music in Japan, and an answer came back to me saying, "Oh my god, I'm not the composer of the music for this game, but I always loved that game, and I didn't realize that the composer had the same name as me. You got the wrong guy, but that's so funny that you wrote to me. I love that game and I love the music. I didn't realize I have the same name as him." That was a very funny experience. I never were able to contact the guy who did the music. Illusion of Gaia. If you are fine with playing a retro game that looks like this in 2025, you should play Illusion of Gaia. One of the best games of all time. I'm serious. So I'm getting a point. Not that it's gonna help me, because you guys are much ahead of me. It's really great. It is great, right? My number 23. Oh my god. Okay, speed contest, everybody. Anybody can get a point on this one. Anybody played this game once in their life? It's a huge series. Huge series that started in the mid 90s. I'm gonna give a big hint here. I already mentioned that series previously on my top 100. I said that a bit lower, something like, I can't remember, 60s, 70s, ranked around there, was the 2D version of it. This is the 3D version of it. It's a big series, one of the most sold out series of all time. It's the 3D version of it. There's many games in it. There's the 3, the 4, the 5. And everybody is so hyped for the number 6. That's a big hint. The whole internet is crazy right now about the number 6 that is supposed to come out very soon. Ooh, the tramp got it! It is indeed GTA, Grand Theft Auto. Yeah. I've played almost everything of Grand Theft Auto, which is weird because it's still weird to me that I would enjoy and play these games because there's a lot of junk in it, and at the same time it's so unique. And so playing this, that guy in this car, which is very simulator-like, it's just everything we've dreamed of when we were kids. The virtuality of a world, you know, being able to do anything you want. This is what GTA is about. And I've played GTA 3 a fair bit. Vice City, I've played it so much as a teenager, listening to awesome music. San Andreas, I've played so much of San Andreas, putting my own MP3s in my PC to listen to my radio. Liberty City and Stories were fine. I just barely did them because they were not very interesting. GTA 4 was too dark, too weird. I appreciated what they tried doing, but I think it lost a bit of its spark. I did not do that. Episode from Liberty City, I don't think I've did that. I don't think I've done that. I don't know what that is. And GTA 5, whoever played GTA 5, I didn't think I would like it, but I thought the dialogues and the bigger than life plot and writing was just so good. I really think I'd put GTA 5 in my top 10. Yeah, I didn't think I would like it, but the story and the dialogues are just so good, so good, so good, so good. There you go. GTA, the 3D series, is my number 23. That's a point for Trampy. I haven't played 5 yet. You should. You know what? I bought it thinking I used to love GTA. I liked the 4 fine. Let's see. And I haven't touched it actually for years. For some reason. Then I can't remember, a few years back I tried and I was like, oh my god, it's actually super pleasant. The dialogues are so like there's so many good dialogues, punchlines in there. I was like, the writing team did a great job. Great job. Trevor is an iconic character of all times. I agree. Trevor is just amazing. I even picked it up for free on Epic. Alright. I'm very impatient for GTA 6. Although I don't know what I think about the idea of putting it back into Florida like they did for Vice City. Vice City was just awesome for the Miami vibe, but the 6, I have a feeling I'm not gonna be as keen as the Vice City on the I don't know, the environment. I don't want to speak too much on Florida, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We can only hope. Let's move on. My number 22. This one is going to be hard for me to get a point because someone is going to get it eventually with with one specific hint. My number 22, I cheated a bit. I cheated a bit because this is a series of games, actually mostly 2 games, one on Game Boy, but I don't count. 2 games from Japan that came out in 2002. Excellent series. The first one, really like it, 8 out of 10. But the second one is one of my favorite games of all time, and that's why it's number 22. And then for 20 years we had nothing, right? But then, a few years ago, careful, this is a big hint here. If you guys know your video game culture, you will get it. A few years ago, some guys from Netherlands said, hey, we're a fan of that Japanese series, it's dead, let's do ours. And they did theirs, and it's now what I think the 3rd opus of that series. Not officially, obviously. But since Sega would not do it, they did it, and I put it together as a trilogy kind of thing. This series, if I said you're gonna get it, so get ready for it, is not a sports game, despite the fact that it involves a lot of physical activity in an urban area, urban environment. But also you kind of act like a vandal. Yes! My number 22 is indeed Jet Set Radio with Bomb Rush Cyberpunk BRC. Good one, Stonch. I almost felt like giving you 1 point each for that because you said at the same time. Yeah, my number 22 is a game that I cherished in my heart for a long time. Remember how I talked about Shenmue earlier? Bomb Rush Cyberpunk here and Jet Set Radio here. Jet Set Radio Future, I didn't write it down, but Jet Set Radio Future, the second one, was basically Jet Set was on the Game Boy. Yeah, they did a one between 1 and Future, I think. I think it was called Jet Grind Radio or something like that they adapted or something. I don't know if it was on Game Boy or if it was on portable console. Basically, Jet Set Radio Future, like Shenmue, made me want to go to Japan. Really, this is that type of games. Seeing kind of a reinvented futuristic Tokyo like that made me think, oh, I want to go to Japan even more, you know. Fantastic game. You can subtract a point from yourself for having a spiritual successor as part of the series. Alright, I'm only giving 1 point to Tramp and minus one to Stonch for being a jerk. Oh my god, Tramp, you're almost there being tied with Stonch. You need to go on, you need to go on. Who got the GTA one, by the way? The Tramp got it, right? Yeah. Yeah, you got it. Nice. Or the music for my comeback, yeah. So yeah, I don't know if any of you guys played Jet Set Radio or Jet Set Radio Future or even Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. I know this is not for everyone. I know it's a very niche game. I love it. I don't know, I find it fantastic. For me, it's an excellent compromise between racing game, sports games, exploration game, platformer game. With the painting, there's a bit of an action. There's so much things put together in it, and the futuristic vibe and the music are just here to add to the recipe. So there you go. You should all at least know about this type of game. Number 22. My number 21. I don't know if many of you played it, but you know the game for sure because it's very successful. I believe Stonch, like me, played and liked the game a lot. Maybe not as much as me. Maybe I don't think you would rate it number 21 in your top 100, Stonch. My number 21 came out in 2018 on PC. It's still going very well. There's many DLCs, something like, I don't know, 3, 4 different DLCs for it. I never bought any. The base game is enough for me. I spent something like, I don't know, 200, 300 hours on it. And the crazy part is, I've yet to finish the game. I don't think I ever will, just because the game is so long and so hard. But I love it. My number 21 is... okay, big hint here. Big hint. My number 21 is... I don't want to say it, it's too much. My number 21 is... You start on a planet and you need to build from scratch. That's a big hint, actually. You start... Yeah, okay, basically my number 21 is a colony builder. But this one is orientated towards a bit of adventure and immersion, a bit of storytelling, a bit, not so much. Oh, RimWorld indeed. It is RimWorld. Yes. This game is just fantastic. If I had the time, I would really play it again and try to go much further to potentially finish it. I sincerely doubt I ever will, but fantastic. I think RimWorld is just fantastic. When I've played this game for hundreds of hours and then I tried playing Dwarf Fortress, I was like, I realized how important Dwarf Fortress must be in history, but I can't anymore just because I love this game too much. When I've tried a game like, what's this game where you need to oxygen not provided or whatever that game is, I was like, I'm not interested in that. I've got RimWorld. This is my colony builder. You know, I don't think I need more than that in modern indie colony builders. RimWorld is just there for me. I love it so much. The music is fantastic. Hours of music made by one British guy who did the music for... he used to make the music for Rare, you know, we mentioned Rare, the British company. He used to make music for them, and now he made the music for that. That's really fantastic. I tried to write down the data modeling of the items in this game. It's quite advanced. I can imagine. The game feels very advanced. I love it. Fantastic game. If you have one colony builder to play, I recommend playing this game. 1 point for Stonch. You do like it, Stonch, right? Is it in your top 100, you reckon? 1 point for Stonch. My number 20, guys. We are finally reaching the top 20 tier. I have the book that designer. Yeah, you mentioned that. It's a good game. It's fantastic. I really like it. Alright. My number 20 is a series of 2 games. The first game came out 20 years ago, in 2005. For years, I thought the series would be dead. I love the first one dearly. I mean, it's my number 20, can you imagine? Adventure, platforming, story game. And then, a few years ago, so something like more than 15 years later, the guy finally found the energy, the force, the will to make the sequel. Sequel was really good. Not as good as the first one, mind you, but extremely faithful to his original game. Same vibe, same music, same quirky characters and crazy world. The game was really, really good. In between they did a VR version of it, a very short demo game that lasts an hour or so, but I've never done that. Ooh, Frony's back in the game. Psychonauts indeed. Well played, Franny. Should I deduce that you've played any of the series, or was it the VR little game that made you go click? Psychonauts. Psychonauts is basically... did you realize how many games from Tim Schafer I mentioned in this top 100? I love Tim Schafer. I love many of his games. I don't like all of them, mind you. But I love many of his games. And Psychonauts for me is my favorite game of Tim Schafer. I think Tim Schafer did an amazing job of storytelling, multi-layered story, plot, psychological stuff with Psychonauts. Plus the world and the game mechanisms, the platforming is excellent. I usually am not a huge fan of 3D platformer because you need to make it very compelling to be good. And this one, because it has so much good dialogues and story in it, is top tier. Top tier. I think I got it on Game Pass. I have to play it. I don't know. This is the one, the tramp, if you look, and this is the two. They look very similar for the character, but if you look closely, this one is very pretty because it came out recently, and this one looks like all 3D. I don't know if you could enjoy the first one because of that. I think it's been remastered, just remastered. Don't quote me on that, it might not be. So it looks a bit, you know, like old 3D. It feels like you're playing an old game on Nintendo 64, that kind of thing. I don't know if you could enjoy that, but I think if they did a remake, it would be the best opportunity. This is a masterpiece, I'm serious. The writing, the dialogues, the meaning of everything on a psychological point of view, on a metaphysical point of view, is just so good. Psychonauts is just grand. I'm not sure what made me get it. The gap between installments and focus on one person's vision, maybe. Nice. I think I have the first game on original Xbox. Ooh. Yeah. I wonder if you could play this one directly, the second one. You would lose a lot, you know, because when you play a series, you get attached to the characters and the lore and all that, the world building. So I always feel bad recommending someone to start the series midway, you know. But I know at the same time I would not be able to start the series from the beginning. So take that as you will. But Psychonauts is my favorite Tim Schafer game, and I love it. It's the kind of game I bought it literally when it came out, which I rarely do because it's too expensive. But when it came out, I was like, I need to do it. I've waited 15 years for anything about this, so yeah. I think you could play the second one without playing the first. Yes, you could. You would just miss a bit on the attachment you could have, you know, for the characters, for the, oh, and it was that guy. Oh, remember that guy? You know, there's a bit of that makes you feel more involved. If you don't have that, I reckon this could be maybe just a 7 out of 10. But maybe not at the same time. Maybe you would think, oh, that's much better than I thought. Who knows? They both are on Xbox Game Pass. Well, there you go. Tim Schafer. Tim Schafer masterpiece. Did I give the point to Franny? No, I don't think I did. Good on you, Franny. Nice. All right. My number 19. I'm gonna try to give as few hints as I can. If not, Stonech is gonna get it. I want the specific name of it, because here we're talking about... Nah, never mind. You can get whichever game from it. My number 19 is a series, one of the most famous series of all time. It is not Zelda. How is it going, John Bonsai? How are you, man? You reached my top 100 of all time, where we're at number 19. How are you, man? Check out this guy. It is not Pokemon. Okay, let me give a few more hints. First, very big hint. It's a FPS, one of the most famous FPS of all times. I prefer the number 2 at... Oh my god, that was close. That was close. That was very, very, very close. Yeah. My number 19 is Half-Life with a clear preference for Half-Life 2. Half-Life 2. I've put Half-Life 1 in it, and also I didn't write it, but I also put Black Mesa in it, okay? Because Black Mesa is basically a retelling of Half-Life 1. And I also include the episode 1 and 2 of Half-Life 2 in it because it's just, you know, it's Half-Life 2.5 or whatever. Yeah, Half-Life. Half-Life would not be that high in my list if it was not for Half-Life 2, which is one of my favorite story-based FPS adventure of all time. It's one remarkable game. Lots of people enjoy the gameplay of it, and I agree, it's fantastic, but for me, you can do much more in story and in world, in environment, in lore. You can invent more in that than in FPS mechanisms, okay? So, yeah. Documentary making of Half-Life 2 in Sensory. Is that the one that Stone gave on Discord? Yeah. Yeah. Stone, that's the one he shared on Discord. Very good. It's just remarkable what they did for the level design, for the ideas they had. Is just, and seriously, the world of Half-Life 2 is just so unique, so unique. And now Half-Life 3 seems to be confirmed. Whether you want the meme to be true or not, Half-Life 3 seems to be there. Hopefully it'll happen. Did you play Alex? No. Stone said I would love Alex. I've heard it's the best VR game so far. Yeah, Stone said I should definitely play it, but I don't have a VR headset. And when someone lent me a VR headset, admittedly not the best on the market, and I think this is very technology based, so it didn't help my judgment. I did not like it at all. I've played all the games that I love. I've tried, not played. I've tried for like half an hour each game that I love and that had a VR mode with when he gave me his VR headset for a couple of weeks, and I didn't like it at all. So I don't think I'm made for VR, but we'll see one day. Half-Life 2, point to Trampy. Awesome. VR is an acquired taste, I say. Yeah, for sure. Let's go. Let's move on with my number 18. Talking about VR, I know that a lot of people love this game only in VR. However, my number 18, I never had a VR headset, yet I love it. It's funny that it would be that high because I don't play this. What? Trampy, you're on a roll. Oh my god. My number 18 is indeed Elite Dangerous. This game came out 10 years ago, and even if I played nowadays, I would still love it. Elite Dangerous is just fantastic. I know you. NVR thingy. Haha. Elite Dangerous surprised me because usually I'm not a big fan of what do they call these games, you know, where you're in space and you can either be a dogfighter, mercenary kind of guy, or you can be a miner, or you can be a trader, you know, all these. There's a word for that, but I forget it. It's not a 4X. There's a word for that. I can't remember. But I've never been a huge fan of that because usually they get a bit, you know, repetitive and not very engaging in terms of storytelling because there's not much story. And that's also the case in Elite Dangerous, weirdly. They tried putting politics and all that in it. And yet, Elite Dangerous is one of the most amazing experience I ever had in a game. I've spent something like 500 hours just exploring. I was an explorer at heart. The idea that I could jump and jump and jump and jump from system to system and I could explore the whole galaxy was for me the selling point. Also because of the realism of it, it feels very scientifically, you know, dry and realistic vibe you would get if you were like that in real life, okay? But like if you take a game like No Man's Sky, sorry, I really like it too, but it's more fantasy based, it's more sci-fi invented. So I have less incentive exploring the systems and the planets in No Man's Sky than in Elite Dangerous for some reason. But I love both games. Just this game wins it all because it's so good. I've played mostly just doing taxi mission, tourist shit. Yeah. I did that too. Elite Dangerous is fantastic. Fantastic game. You feel like you are... I literally bought a HOTAS, a stick, and you know, the whole thing for flying simulator just for this game. So there you go. 1 point for Trampy again. Trampy, if you find a bit more games, you will take over Stonch. So good luck to you. My number 17. I've heard someone mentioning that series earlier. They had it all wrong because for the game, but I've heard someone mentioning that series. My number 17 came out a while ago. It was in the mid late 90s when it started. I'm not a big fan of the 1 and 2 just because they were I didn't play them at the time and now they're too old. I started enjoying it a lot with the third one. Fourth one was amazing. I love it a lot. And the fifth one is a masterpiece that the whole world played at least once. We've been waiting for the number 6 for 20 years. I'm not even sure about the year. And there you go. He said it again, and this time he's right. Elder Scrolls is my number 17. Elder Scrolls. Like I said, Arena and Daggerfall, I was too late to the party to enjoy them. Morrowind, I didn't own it, so I could only play it when a friend of mine lent it to me and I was able to play it, and I really liked it. It was wow. Oblivion was for me the tipping point where I thought, oh my god, this is one of the, if not the most immersive medieval fantasy game, you know, adventure of all times. And I had the confirmation with Skyrim, which is for me one of the, if not the best example of that. I'm gonna be honest, I tried the online one several times. I just don't like it. I don't think I'm made for MMORPGs. TSO with your girlfriend, yeah. Well, we've tried that and we didn't like it. I don't like it. I tried it again recently because they did a free week or something. I don't like it. I just don't like MMORPGs, I think. But yeah, I don't know about you guys, but if one day they finally announce the 6, I'll be there. Despite what is happening, everything that is happening to Bethesda, right? I think they're doing junk. Stonch could probably comment about what's it called, Starfield, which did a flop. You know, I mean, I don't know if it did a flop, but most people don't play it anymore. They don't talk about it. I don't know if they can do good games anymore, which is sad because for me, the idea of playing Elder Scrolls 6, oh my god, you know. Supposedly in the works, yeah, it is supposedly. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Starfield is pretty bad. Yeah, it is. That's what Stone said. That's what most people say. It's just meh. It's like not a 3 out of 10 apparently, right? But it feels like more of a 6 out of 10 game. So not what you would expect. You know, after a game like Skyrim, you don't expect a 6 out of 10 type of game. Who got the point? Who got the point? Who got the point? Prony. Good on you, Prony. Nah, it's really bad. Oh, is it? I don't know if Stonch is here, but I bet you'll never guess which one I played first and how. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. unless you talk about stuff with your brothers, because we rarely talk about that, Staunch. I don't think it would be Arena and Daggerfall. Would it be Morrowind, like me? Or would it be Elder Scrolls Online? Nah, there's no way. You played... No, we talked about Oblivion. We talked about Oblivion. You like Oblivion like me a lot. So, I don't know, Staunch. It's really bad. I wouldn't give it more than 3 out of 10. Oh, like, that bad. That is really, really bad. Wow, okay. So, I'm waiting for the... Morrowind is correct, but you need to guess how. Oh. How? What do you mean how? I bet you'll never guess which one I played first and how. You need to guess how. What do you mean how? Oh, do you mean like on console or something? Did it get released like Oblivion on Xbox or something? Is that what you're saying maybe? How? You need to guess how. Modded? I don't know, I'm not sure. Morrowind on smartphone. I'm not sure. You need to tell me. Let me give a point to Frony again. Oh wait, I gave a point to Frony, right? What was the one before? What was the one before Scrolls? Wait, what? Elite Dangerous. Yeah, okay. So I already gave the point to Frony. Sorry. Rented from Blockbuster for Xbox. Yeah, okay, I knew it. I knew it. Yeah, on Xbox. Oh no, never mind. I was about to say I've played Oblivion on Xbox, but no, it was on PC. I've played Morrowind on PC. It was a common friend of Tramp and I who lent me the game for a while. All right. Number 16. My number 16 is a series of games that I think all of you guys know, and at the same time I have a feeling none of you really played for some reason. I was a big fan of it. So basically it's a series that started in 1997. There's only been 2 games. The first game in 97 and the next game in 98, or like barely 1 year or 2 years later. It comes from the UK, from a very famous guy in British game design. And then the series died because the guy would not come back to it. He tried spiritual successors and I liked none of them. Many teams from all around the world tried doing it, the spiritual successor to that series. They managed more or less. Only one managed. I'll mention it later once it's said. Oh my god. Should I say it or not? Should I say what I my god. Tramp. You have the right guy, just not the right game. It's the right guy, it's just not the right game. Black and White was not great. He tried, but it is once again. Oh, it's funny when I said RimWorld was my favorite colony builder in my top 100, but I guess this game could be considered colony builder in a way. So that must be like the father of the colony builders. Come on, I know you have it, so I feel like waiting a bit more for you. I can't remember the name of it. The God game, yeah. Roller Coaster Tycoon, no, but that's the idea here. That's the idea. Oh, I hope you didn't Google that one, The Tramp. My number 16 is indeed Dungeon Keeper. It is Dungeon Keeper. Dungeon Keeper is one of my favorite, if not my favorite, colony builder of all times. Again, yeah, I guess it is very similar to RimWorld in a way. It's just that there's so much difference in mechanism and vibe that I didn't really relate them together. But yeah, Dungeon Keeper, my first colony builder, I guess. And I say the series because 1 and 2 are very, very on par. This is the first one here in possession mode, and this is the second one here. I love them both. It's funny, but it's you play the hand. Yes, you play a hand. You can see the hand right here. I don't know if you can see it right now on my on your screen. Fantastic. This is the best game that Peter Molyneux did. After that, all of his games were like meh for me. Dungeon Keeper, especially the first one, has such a vibe. The illustrations are so good. The I Google Molyneux. Sorry, I failed you. Yeah, I had a feeling that if you haven't played it, you wouldn't remember necessarily the game, but it's a classic. Dungeon Keeper is just so good, so good. I have... You can clearly see behind me, in the pile here, Dungeon Keeper 1 and 2. I have huge fond memories for this series. And this is the kind of game where if one day they say, hey, we bought the rights, we are a passionate indie team and we do a Dungeon Keeper 3, I'll buy it. However, one team recently released a few years ago a game that is, to my opinion, the best tribute that you could have for this game. It's a War for the Overworld. I don't like the title at all. It's called War for the Overworld, and it's really good. Wait, if you're ever interested in Dungeon Keeper, but this looks too old for you and too clunky and too, you know, too old, you should play War for the Overworld. Very cool game. I was actually thinking Populous with the God game. Yep, Populous too, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna give the point to the Tramp just because the competition is so fierce right now. I'm not gonna tell the scores, but I'll say Trampy. Pressure, Trampy. The Dungeon series is okay as well. It's fantastic. Dungeon Keeper is just fantastic. I love Dungeon Keeper. The voice of the guy, the story was actually fun. The characters are awesome. The building is so good. The levels are so fantastic. Everything is so. You know what? I'm gonna say it again. I know some people don't like when I say that joke, but I mean the new ones. Dungeons. Yeah, Dungeon, the trilogy. Yeah. I've played the first one, and I know that some people said I should play the third one, but yeah, really cool. It's just not the same idea, right? I'm gonna say that joke. I hate cozy games. The idea of that there would be a cozy category of games, but if there was one, Dungeon Keeper was my cozy type of games. I would play Dungeon Keeper as a teen on a Wednesday, a rainy afternoon, and I would feel so cozy. When I was sick at home and barely able to do anything, I would play Dungeon Keeper. So there you go. We reached top 15 now. My number 15. Ouch. So I'm gonna get some fire here from my good friend Stonch. I think if I redo this top 100 or the top 200 in a few years, it will go up. Just because usually with me, it takes some time to build in my heart, you know, when I did a game. Yeah. And I think if I do my top 100 later, Elden Ring will be potentially higher. So Listen, I know that you may think this is too low, and I would agree with you. Even me, I think, this is too low. And at the same time, you have to realize, a game that came out a few years ago that propels like that in my top 15 of all time after the hundreds of games I've played is still amazing. But I know what you mean. And recently when I watched the video, I don't know if you watched that video of the guy who talks about the map of Elden Ring. I was watching it and I was thinking, I'll never have another experience like that for ages, if at all. This game is definitely up there. This game is definitely up there. I just so you know, Stonch, when I did my first draft of top 100, it was with another... I basically didn't put the series and all that together. It was a different version. Elden Ring reached number 8. So there you go. and I think it lost a few points there just because of, you know, the issues I have with From Software and the way they do the stories and all that, the way they do the dialogues, the way they do the, you know, the way they present that. It lost a few points because of that, I reckon. It's still hugely high. 15 is very, very high. Elden Ring. I think I've talked enough about Elden Ring in the past months when I did it back in June. Elden Ring is just one of the best games of my life. I am very, very grateful to Stonch gifting this to me, because I'll be honest, if he hadn't, I would have waited and waited, and I don't know if I would have, you know, played it straight away, and persevered playing it. But this is one of the best games of all time. It's this is one of the most impressive things that mankind can achieve in art, is what I think. The craft that is being put into this game is just out of this world, really. It's one of the most impressive games of all time. And you see, it's funny because I don't necessarily care about the gameplay. You see, you know, I'm not a hardcore gamer, I'm not good at these games, and yet I didn't struggle that much for Elden Ring. But it's funny how lots of people play From Software games for the challenge, for the difficulty, for the gameplay above all. Not me. I must say, I play games like Sekiro, which was pretty high too, or Elden Ring, for the immersion. For the, like, it's basically what I'm saying to them is, tell me a dream. Make me dream. This game made me dream. That's what I mean. All it took was for me to play through the entire Dark Souls with you to get you to play it. We'll never know, because, you know, with some if, you can remake the whole world, right? We'll never know. That you might be true. Yeah, you might be correct on that. Would I have enjoyed Elden Ring as much if I hadn't played the whole Dark Souls trilogy? We'll never know. It made me have nightmares for the small amount I've played. It seemed to have a quite a negative impact on you, the Tramp, and that's sad. Then don't do it, by all means. Me, oh my god, it made me dream. This game is just, you know what I mean? I don't need a VR headset when I have a game like that. I don't need a book when I have a game like that. I don't need a movie. This is the closest I can get to dreaming in a world, in a fantasy world, invented world, fictional lore, you know, it's just fantastic. So yeah, 15. I'm too much of a fragile snowflake to play this game. It's weird because I didn't feel that. I didn't feel it. For me, I know you said you're not a big fan of medieval fantasy. I am a big fan of medieval fantasy, and this game is just wow. Wait, I didn't give the point to Stonch, did I? Oh, no, I didn't. Damn, Tramp, come on. Come on. You had 100 hours of practice in Dark Souls. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And at the same time, you have to admit it's much easier than Dark Souls, isn't it? Dark Souls was hard, and Sekiro is just so hard. This one was like a good challenge, I would say. But definitely doable by most, I would say. I don't know. Maybe, you know what? Maybe it's because I love the world and the immersion so much that I completely persevered without noticing my efforts. Maybe. And in that case, that's great, even more great game design from them, you know? Let's go. My number 14 is probably my highest ranked strategy games. Is it for nostalgia reasons? Probably. And yet, I consider this game to be one of the fathers of RTS games. And it is not Age of Empires, it is indeed StarCraft. Good job, Trampy. StarCraft. My StarCraft is here. I have StarCraft and I have a complete battle set of StarCraft Brood War down there. Yeah, fantastic. Weirdly, I don't think I'd be able to play it again nowadays. But if one day they announce StarCraft 3, I'll be there, is what I'm saying. Fantastic. One of the best sci-fi universe of all time, sci-fi lore. I read the books. I used to talk so much about this game with my friends. It's just StarCraft and Brood. I used to do levels of after Brood War came out. I used to do build levels by myself. We tried doing a bit of a campaign and all that with friends. It's just so good, so good, so good. I've watched a cinematics montage on YouTube recently. Oh my god. I love it. I think StarCraft is just fantastic. It's a great game. It has everything. StarCraft 2 was good too, to be on my top 100. Good enough to be on my top 100, but at the same time it lacked the genuineness and the sleek design. I feel like that's my opinion, and probably most would debate on this with me. They would probably disagree with me, but I think the multiplayer competitive scene changed StarCraft not for the better. I think the multiplayer competitive scene, especially the one from Korea with the high rank and all that, completely changed the way this game is seen. The whole micromanagement thing is just a chore. It is not how I see it anymore. So this is not for me, sadly. But there you go. Weirdly, StarCraft 2, I thought, where was the better of the three? Wings of Liberty. Okay. Was the better of the three? Yeah, not weirdly. I completely agree with you, Tramp. You want to know something, Tramp? I didn't even play the Protoss one. So there you go. Wings of Liberty was really cool, but then they started completely losing me with the one with Kerrigan, the Zerg one, and I thought this is going more heavier and heavier. I really didn't like it. So there you go. My number 14, StarCraft. Oh wait, did I give the point to Trampy? No, I didn't. Oh my god, Trampy. Oh my god, come on. Same as me? Yeah, I feel you. Okay. I give you the point, don't worry, I give you the point. Number 13. Number 13 is one of my favorite series of all time. That's funny because this game, the first game appeared in 2018. Out of nowhere. I did it a bit late-ish because it was in early access and then it was released and I was like, okay, now I'll do it. I had no much expectation for it. And it blew my mind. It blew my mind. It's one of my favorite series of all time. The next one was okay. It's good. Not fantastic. Like not more than 7 or 8 out of 10. And then they announced the sequel, number 2, for this year. And I think I am going to wait just because I have so much love for this game that I don't want it to be a lukewarm experience with the early access thing. So I'll wait. I'll wait to make sure that the game is fantastic. Series of games, of 2 games, FPS, underwater. Yes. Yes, Stone. Good job. Stone. Subnautica. I know you kind of gave up on it. I don't know if you're maybe not as much into it as I would have hoped. And that's fair. To be fair, my wife tried it and she was really enjoying the world, but she could not enjoy the gameplay, the whole survival crafting thing. So she gave up. For me, I would say with or without that, in the sense that it's not for that I play the game. For me, it's the immersion. I play games mostly for immersion. I want to feel into it. So there was a game, then a DLC, and a 2 incoming. No, there was not a DLC. It was a spin-off kind of thing. I'll finish it someday, I hope. If you're not into the story and all that, I don't think you should bother. It means that then you just, you're just not much into it. Then it's fine. I started playing this game without much expectation, like I said. It looked a bit, colorful, casual, I don't know. The very first hour, I was like that. And at some stage I was like, ow! And my wife was like, what happened? Why did you yell? Are you hurt? And I said, I closed my eyes after not blinking for like a minute. My eyes were dry and it hurt. This game I played like that. There's very few games that can, pretend to do that to me. And Subnautica is one of the few games, if not the first game that did that to me. Subnautica is just fantastic. Fantastic game. Let me give a point to Stone. Stone, you are 1 point away from Frony. You can come back. Maybe I should actually show the... Okay. Let me show you the scores. It would be more engaging. Yeah, that's the current standing. Come on, guys. You can do this. Oh my god. There you go, number 13, Subnautica. If you've never played Subnautica, do it now. It's one of the best games of all time. If you love it, give a try at Below Zero. If you don't enjoy it particularly, like if you give it a 6 or 7 out of 10, don't bother with Below Zero. And if you love it like me, you must be very excited for Subnautica 2 this year. Let's move on. Oh, I don't have the list anymore. Sorry. My number 12. Oh my god. Okay, I'm a bit worried that Stonch is gonna get the point because he knows me. How am I gonna say that? Okay. My number 12 is one of the biggest names of all time Okay. My number 12, I need the... I either need the exact title or at least the good section, because this is one of the biggest series of all time. It spans like 40 years of games. And here I am talking about a precise bunch. Platformer. We're talking about platformer that started in 91. It's a platformer. It has, basically they did the 1 and the 2 and the 3 and a bit of a spin-off on the 3. It's in 2D. I want to give it to you. It's been 2 times already. I'm talking about the 2D version, and one of my favorite. Oh, yeah, I mean, you're saying it. 91, yeah, I'll give it to you. Just because you already said 3, I'll give it for this one. There you go. Okay. Stonch has been saying it for the beginning. He said it. Look at that, we even have the music. I have to give it to Stonch. I didn't want to give it to you when you said just Sonic because you keep saying these names. But then when you said Sonic Generation, I was like, no, the 2D one. And then you said Mania. I was like, yeah, but that's not from them. And then Sonic and Knuckles, yeah, completely. I'm giving it to you. I'm talking about the 2D series of Sonic, and particularly Sonic CD, which is my favorite Sonic 2D of all times. I love Sonic 1 on Master System. I love Sonic 2, my favorite on Mega Drive. I love Sonic 3 and Knuckles, but Sonic CD on Mega CD was my favorite one. Was the one on Mega CD? Yes. Exactly. That's the one, the tramp. I've listened to Sonic CD music since I'm a kid. When I was in high school, when I was at uni, when I was at work. Sonic City is just the best Sonic 2D Sonic of all time, and the music is just mind-blowingly good. A point for Stonch, oh my god! There you go. Sonic City top 12, yeah. Yeah, Sonic City means a lot in my heart. I'm gonna tell you, that's probably the reason why, even when Stone said I should watch the Sonic movies, I might enjoy them, and I hated them, that's why. Because for me, Sonic is profoundly Japanese. For me, this is Sonic. Obviously this too, right? But this is Sonic. The world of Sonic, the lore of Sonic is profoundly fantasy-based, a unique fantasy world. And not the awful thing that they released on movie. And for me, Sonic is like that, not the disgusting weasel that we've got in the trilogy of movie. Even if I really love Jim Carrey. So there you go. Sonic City for me should have deserved an amazing world, a bit like they did for Mario, the Mario movie. The Mario movie was fantastic. They respected the world at all time, and they should have done the same. But the Sonic team and Sega just do junk. Sega has too much. Sega of America has too much impact on Sega of Japan. So there you go. Sonic City. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Listen to that! What a coincidence! Amazing, amazing. Amazing music. Alright, let's move on. That's the Tramp. You need to go back. You need to go back. 2 points, Trampy. If you've never played Sonic City, you don't know which Sonic is the best. Oh, by the way, I didn't say that, but when I said 2D series, I also include the fantastic Sonic Spinball. Sonic Spinball was amazing. Stop putting generic games in your top 10. We are not in top 10. What are you talking about? And this is everything but generic. Good games I only know. Ha 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 ha. Oh my god. Oh my god. Apparently the retro achievement set for this game is brutal. I watched a streamer working on it recently and he was miserable. Really? Interesting. Did you play Sonic City, Fronny? I think this is the best Sonic of all time. Which means I can announce it now. There won't be any more Sonic after that in the top, okay? That's a bit of a spoiler, but makes it easier for the quiz. Okay, be careful guys, this is a speed test here. Obviously you would say Sonic. This is a speed test. For many reasons. Don't say that, stop, don't say names like that because I'm not gonna validate your entry. You can't cheat. Don't cheat the game. Get ready on your keyboard. The reason is all of you played this game, I think. All of you played this game. Okay, now I start. Now you can type it. It's one of the best games of all time. Everybody at least played it. The Tramp is one of your favorite games of all time. There's been a remake recently of it. It was on PlayStation. It's now available on PC. There's the second sequel of the remake that came out recently. It came out in '97. Oh! Oh my god, that's a point for Stone. Wow, well played, Stone. You were on the buzzer. You had your hands on the buzzer. Good job. My number 11 is indeed Final Fantasy VII. And I added the little mark that the remake for me is there. The reason is I consider the remake to be better. It's very crazy for me to say that, I know, lots of people wouldn't say that, but for me the remake is not a different game. It is not a lesser or better game. It's basically the original retold by the same guy. It's as if you put the previous one away and you put this one, and it never changed for me. Does that make sense? This is the same game. When I've played the remake and I've seen this is exactly, that's exactly why, by the way, why I put these two pictures here. You know, if you've played the two games, you know what I'm talking about. I've put these two pictures here to show that when I've played this game here, I was dreaming. When I've played this game here, this is the memory I had. For me, it looked like that in my head. When I've played the remake, the whole Final Fantasy VII was like that in my memory. That's exactly how I remembered it. So that's why the remake is for me the new Final Fantasy VII. They're the same, they're one and only. This is my highest ranked Final Fantasy in this top 100. Good job, Stone. Stone gets a point. Oh my god. Stone and Frony tied. It's probably the top 1 remake of all time, I agree. It was so loyal to the idea we had of the original. It was. I've really, you know what? I agree. Top 1 remake of all time. This is the best remake of all time. You want to remake and not remaster. You want to remake a game, do it like that. This is how you remake a game. How you reinvent a game. Fantastic. Alright, guys. That's it. We reached the top 10. The creme de la creme. I will not validate any entries like that, Stonge. That doesn't work. And anyway, you just said that because I said there would not be any Sonic after that. So this top 10 here is probably going to be very controversial just because we're talking about something extremely subjective. This is my top 10. A lot of people would probably be like, what the hell? That might belong to a top 100, but a top 10, what? Just because this is this which is talking, okay? It's not, and I don't mean necessarily nostalgia. It's for all the things. Remember the first, the rules I mentioned at the beginning of this stream? Not this stream, but last week. I said I'm going to use Stone's ID as my rule number 1 when I do my top 100. His ID was this, and I made that a rule. Which game would you replay the most as if it was the first time? And I think that's what you have to remember when I present these 10 games. Remember that feeling. Playing this game for the first time. That's why, by the way, Elden Ring and Subnautica barely made the top 10. They should have, but sadly there's only 10 numbers in the top 10. I wish I could do my top 10 with the 30 best games of all time. I can't do that. The most impactful, exactly. It's a game, you play it, and you remember. It's like your first time. You remember it forever, like they say. Bleh, bleh. This is the for video games. Let's go. My number 10 is a part of games, a bunch of games from a huge series. We are talking here about 3D adventure. Mostly 2 games that started the 3D version of it, but then there's several games after that. It's one of the biggest names of all time. Anybody knows that, even if they've never played a video game. Could have been Mario, but it isn't. It's an adventure game. Okay, big. Ah, I mean, you said it so many times, but yeah, I have to give it to you just because now we're in the hints. My number 10 is indeed, amongst other, Ocarina of Time. Good job, Stone. And I said The Legend of Zelda, the 3D series, Nintendo 64 and above, because basically I include Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Twilight Princess, Wind Waker, all of these together, if that makes sense, okay? I'm not including the reboot with the Breath of the Wild, right? For me, it ends up before that, but I'm including all of them. Even if, for me, mostly we're talking about Ocarina and Majora. I think Majora might be my favorite 3D Zelda of all time, but just above, just because it is so unique. Whereas Ocarina of Time is very close because it was the first one. The first 3D Zelda, the first Zelda that has so much to it. Fantastic series. Yeah, I mean, if Zelda is still very family friendly, and some people might even argue and say it's a casual series, it's still fantastic. Impact of Ocarina of Time is so huge. It is. That's why. I've played it as a kid, as a teenager. Zelda accompanied me all my life, so yeah. It goes beyond lots of things. So there you go. My number 10, we start this top 10 with Zelda. It is indeed the last Zelda in the top 100, the Tramp. So let me give a point to Stone. Stone, you just went above Frony. You could even go above Turgus. Oh my god. Let's go. My number 9. I was about to give a clue, but you know what? No, we're not. This is the real quiz here. We're not giving clues. Okay, my number 9 is a game series where there's very few games in it. Mostly there are 3 games. Okay, I'm not talking about little spin-offs here and there. There's only 3 games in it. It started in 1992 with 2 games that I love dearly in 2D. And then we had a 3D sequel that I love also a lot. And then nothing anymore after that. I believe we'll never get anything from it, or maybe, I don't know, 50 years or whatever, just because of... I don't think people have... I don't know who owns the rights for that. It's been very problematic. This series talks to my heart so much. Okay, I'm gonna give you a hint here. It's an adventure game, by the way. Exploration adventure game, action game. I'm gonna give a hint. The music that you hear right now would fit very well. That's a big hint. That's a big hint. Oh yes, he got it, he got the point. My number 9 is Echo indeed. Good job. No, funny. Yeah, the music is from Donkey Kong Country, but it's for the aquatic ambience. The Tramp is back. Look at you. 29. Almost there. Echo. Echo is my number 9. It's funny because it's staying there despite not having any games in it for, what is it, 20 years or something? Probably even more. Probably 20 or 25 years. I didn't even know they did a 3D version. You didn't? Oh my god. When this was announced, when I saw it at the FNAC, when I was a teen, I was like, I'm buying a Dreamcast just for that. Though it's a bit of a lie because basically it was this and Sonic 3D were announced. Sonic Adventure and Echo in 3D. So I said, for these 2 things, I'm buying a Dreamcast just for that. I didn't know there was a 3D game. You see, this game did poorly. But when you were a fan of Echo like me, of the first 2, you could only be hyped for this. I've been talking about Impact. Echo the Dolphin is still to this day one of the biggest video game memories. Nice. I played Tuesday, generated game. I hate it so much. Funny. Are you saying it for the joke, like, oh my god, it's so painfully hard and I hate it, like, you know, retro gaming when it's so hard and it makes you, it's a torture? Or do you mean I hate it, it's just bad, like that? I'd be curious to know which one. The one on Genesis, so in America, Genesis is the Sega Mega Drive, by the way. The one on Mega Drive, there's 2, but the first one is just one of my best memories of all time. The music is one of the best music of all time. The fact that they were able to do a 2D adventure action game with just a dolphin and tell a story, a compelling story with a world building and an adventure that doesn't feel too new age, but very engaging. That's just fantastic. I wish someone took the rights of this license and did a reboot for it. The jellyfish, it wasn't even a fish. The octopus was a pain. The octopus, if you remember that. It's so janky and difficult, and the final maze is a nightmare. I was stuck there for 21 hours. So you did finish it. Good on you. It looks cool, has mostly great music and a wild story, but it's painful to play through. Yes, it is very, very retro. But I love it so much. I love it so much. The atmosphere. As a teen, I kind of... Nobody's gonna play it, so I can kind of spoil the thing. As a teen, when I discovered the DNA... Yeah, it's not the name. I can't remember the name, but you know what I'm talking about. Which goes through the ages. There's something so transcendental in this game, so weird. It's a very niche style, I agree, but fantastic. So who gets the point? The tramp, right? I'll give you the point. Yeah, 29. I give you the point. All right, this is a tough one. My number 8. Oh my god, I don't know what to say. There's so many things I want to say right now, but I can't say, especially for some of you. My number 8, I think all of you played it. That's, I think. I can't say what I want to say right now, so I'm gonna skip that. That would be helping someone too much. It's a series. Basically, we're talking about a trilogy that started in 2007. There's a 4th game out of it, but many consider that it does not belong to a trilogy. And the number 4 has been kind of leaked a bit. It might definitely come out in a few years now. It is my favorite sci-fi universe of all time. Oh, he typed it so fast. My number 8 is indeed Mass Effect. I wanted to say someone is currently playing it at the moment, but that would have been too much of a clue for Stonch. Stonch is currently playing Mass Effect. He's finished 1 and 2 and he's doing the 3rd one at the moment. Yeah, you're playing Mass Effect 7. You know what I'm talking about. You doofus. Mass Effect. Who did play Mass Effect here? I think lots of people played it, at least one of them. I don't know if many of you rate it as high as me, but if I have to think of one sci-fi lore and universe as high as this, it would be Mass Effect. I just love Mass Effect universe. I've played 1 and 2 in the past as well as now. Yeah, that's true. You've played several times now. I think it's fantastic. I love the lore. I love the species, you know, the races, the alien races. I am very impatient to discover what they can say in the 4th one, because this series this lore is so big you can do anything. I'd be happy with anything in it. A reboot, whatever. A continuation, it does not matter. So far, I think 2 is the better game of the 3. Okay, that's what lots of people say. Lots of people think that 2 is just the best. I think that's the majority of people. Then you've got the rest of the people who consider it the first one, and there's very few people like me who think the 3rd one is the best. 1 and 2, some of the 3rd, and I just took Mass Effect Andromeda. Go into Andromeda without any expectation in the tramp, right? Don't think it is... Forget about the trilogy. Just think, I want someone to tell me a little story with the Mass Effect people, you know, the Mass Effect species or the Mass Effect vague lore. That's what you have to think. If you think like that, and if you're open to a very generic space exploration thing, it will be great. It's a great game. It's not a 9 out of 10, right? Mass Effect Andromeda is, but it's not a 4 or 5 out of 10 like many people said. It's more of a 6, 7. It's a 7, good 7. Story-wise, in isolation, I think 1 is better than 2, and also better when taken as part of the series as a whole. But I haven't finished 3, so I can't judge its story yet. I wonder if you'll end up like lots of people, most Mass Effect fans, just yelled and cried and complained and were infuriated by the end of Mass Effect 3. I was not. I just love it. I think the Mass Effect 3 is put all the thing I love in the story and the lore together and gives you lots to do with it. That's why I love it. Gameplay in 3 seems a bit worse than 2. Yeah, gameplay is for sure great in 2. Quests are more lackluster. There seems to be a lot more walk and talk quests. Yeah, because it's a lot about enjoying the world, the lore, and the dialogues and the species and all that. That's why I loved it. Did I give wait. Did I give you a point? The Tramp, did I give you the point for that? Two had a big problem with every enemy having defenses, yeah. Tramp should be on 31. No, I think it should be 30. I should give him the point now. And I think that's what makes the tie. I don't think 31. I think the Mass Effect one is the tying one. There you go, number 8, Mass Effect. Oh, there's an ad break. Damn. I think Frony, Stone and all that might have ads. I'm gonna wait 1 minute and I'm gonna have a pee, wait for the ads. Minus 1 point for the P as per the rules. Alright, let's do this. I might actually get a point for this number 7. Is everybody here? Is everybody in the place? I'm starting the hints. My number 7 is my... it feels weird to say, especially for the Tramp, because we just talked about Final Fantasy VII earlier, right? But my number 7 is my highest ranked, my most favorite Japanese RPG of all time. That's it. That's my clue. Dragon Quest, Earthbound, Secret of Mana, Chrono Trigger. And that's funny because I know that this game doesn't have as much fame as all the games you mentioned. I actually would bet that none of you played it. I'm not sure. Ronnie maybe? The Tramp maybe? I don't know. Maybe. It's a bit of a... not a niche game, but nah. Not Phantasy Star. Not Secret of Evermore. Good game. That Demon one, Shin Megami Tensei? No, because I remember none of the games from Altus, I played them. Whether it's Persona, Shin Megami Tensei and all that, I haven't played them. I want to. That's why I'll have to do a Persona, Fantasio, whatever thingy. No. That's why I said, even if I said a big clue, which is one of the biggest, my favorite Japanese RPG of all time, I think you won't get it. Okay, it came out in, no googling, it came out in the late 90s on PlayStation. There has been several attempts from the guy and his wife to do the sequels. They do a trilogy after that. They even rebooted the story. Yes, the tramp. Yes, the tramp. It is Xenogears, to be precise. Xenogears is my favorite Japanese RPG of all time. I did not enjoy the trilogy Xenosaga that they did after that, and I did not enjoy the next trilogy, Xenoblade Chronicles, after that. Yeah, you remember it? You remember the game from there? Like, everybody said if you love Xenogears, you have to try his new latest series, Xenoblade Chronicles. I tried, I didn't like it. I found it so boring. People said, "Oh, it's just because the intro is a bit long. You have to continue." And I was like, "I've played 20 hours already. I don't have all the time in life, you know." So I'll just keep this one. That's it. That's my favorite Japanese RPG of all time. If this game got the remake, you know, the type of remake that they did for Final Fantasy VII, oh my god, it might end up higher, my number one or my number two of all time. I'm serious. It was missing from the top 100 before. I wouldn't have guessed if it was so high. It was so high for you. Yeah. There you go, Xenogears. That's a point for Trampy. Trampy is first. You have to fight, Stonch. We're getting there. We're getting there. There's only 6 games left. Let's go. So, yeah. If you've never played Xenogears, too bad for you. I'm not going to say you should play it. You should not play it. It's just old, clunky, very long. They got cut the budget for the ending, which means the second CD on PlayStation was just text and dialogues. No animation. I'm serious. The game is fantastic. Then you put the second CD and then there's no more animation, no more cutscenes, no more fight. The characters, they sit like that on a chair and they said, and then we did this, and then we did that, and this happened to us. I'm serious. It's that bad. Basically, Square cut them the budget and said, we can't give you the budget anymore. You have to finish your game. This is that's exactly why after that he had to leave and do his own company, because he hated Square for doing that to him. But he did this game with his wife and a bunch of developers from Japan, and this is the best Japanese RPG of all time. This is arguably the most incredible story I've been told, despite the clear, Japanese look of characters and crazy characters with cosplay looking in sci-fi with mecha fighting and all that. All the tropes are here, but the story is just out of this world. One of the best stories I've ever experienced, ever. And the music is fantastic. One of the best musics of all time. Also, I can't spoil it, because if ever you do it, if you don't care about retro gaming and all that, if ever you do it, this is the kind of game you should totally go into blind. Main character, all the things that I could say, I cannot tell you, because it's plot twist after reveal. It's huge. So the blinder you go into this, the better. So if you're interested, do it. you might experience the best RPGs of all time. If not, that's fine. Did I give a wait? Did I give the point to? Yeah, Trumpy. Yeah, good job. My number 6. My number 6 is a bit of a weird. There's a couple of weird games like that in my top 10. Let's be honest. What do you guys exactly? I wanted to know the acronym. A WHG, a weird hem game. I agree. That's me. What do you want? This one is one of them. This is one game, just one game, not a series, nothing like that. One game, one weird game that came out 30 years ago on PC. Adventure game, storytell. That's just because you know me. That's just because you know me. Yeah, it is. Of course it is. My number 6 is this. You can see it right now. You can see my number 6 right now on screen. I don't even need to press the button. That's my number 6. It's looking at you right now. My number 6 is Bad Mojo. Hello, Patience. Hello, Shomin. How are you, Shomin? The tramp, Shomin is half French or living in France, so he speaks French. Bad Mojo. I don't know if you can see it. Can we see it? I would have to zoom. If you want to zoom on your screen, I don't think I can zoom like that. There you go. Bad Mojo is my number 6. Yeah, I have no big arguments for this one. Lots of people could just fight me and say, how can you put such a weird indie clunky game that nobody knows in a top 100, not only in the top 100 games of all time, but also in your top 10? And that would be fair. This game is unique. Nobody ever did that ever after. Nobody did a game like that after that. Who would do a game, you know, hey, let's do a game. Obviously it's based on Kafka, okay? If you read the book of Kafka, it is based on that, but not really. It's not because nowadays it's not because you do a game where someone transforms into a cockroach that it's Kafka, okay? It doesn't mean anything. But who would say, hey, though with all the indie games that you find recently, maybe, but who would say, let's do a game where you transform as a cockroach and you explore a flat, and everything is disgusting, everything is depressing, everything is sad, but there might be some light at the end of the tunnel, you know? It's just, this game changed my life, changed how I see art, how I see stories, how I see games. There's a reason why my, you know, this thing here, everything that you see, this thing, whoops, this thing right there also, this thing right there, it's everywhere, right? This game means a lot to me. If you can play a game that looks like this, or like this with FMV, I love FMVs, you're fine with a very clunky gameplay, and you want to be told an amazing story that can only be told in books, you should play this game. I'm not gonna spoil, because there's a lot of spoilers in it, but fantastic game. You know what? That's once again the kind of game where I would love a remake. A remake. I highly recommend if you find a version that works on Windows 10, yeah. Never played? Yeah, I mean, most people wouldn't have played this game. It's too indie, too weird. The guy who did the music is a weird guy. Such a weird guy. He's still doing music. He's a punk who does sort of satanic, weird electronic underground music, and he's so weird, and it was the perfect match for this game. But yeah, nobody beside him ever played that game but me because I was invincible. It feels like nobody played that game, that's for sure. It's very indie, it's very underground, but if you play that game, especially when you're a teenager like me, when I played that game I was 12. I was on my first PC. I had my first PC at 12 years old. So I was 12 when it came out. It just blew my mind. It was absolutely not made for kids, but I've played it and blew my mind. One of the best games of all time. So I am giving a point to Trampy. Good job. Shomin, I'm putting you here in the list. If you can get 1 point, you'll be in the ranking. All right, let's do this. We are reaching the top 5. The top 5 of my life. I wonder if you guys could do the top 5, or if I would bet it would be very hard for you. It is very hard to do a top 5. It's easier when you do the top 100 actually. Well, I'm going to tell you something. As much as I was hoping to get a point for Bad Mojo, but that was without taking into account that the tramp would be here and would find it, I think I'm gonna get a point for this one, for my number 5. I was playing in 96. It was playing Duke Nukem 3D, Civ 2, Quake, and Tomb Raider. Nice. All good games. If you accept Civilization, all the games that you mentioned, Shomin, I've already mentioned them in my top 100. They were previously in my top 100. Alright, get ready for this. My number 5. If I give all the hints I was thinking of giving, you guys gonna get it. So let's do it. You can get a point with that. 96, you said? What do you mean 96? Bad Mojo? Yeah, it was 96, yeah. Yeah, Bad Mojo was in 96. Alright. My number 5 is a game that came out in 94, 2 years before that. And I've played it when I was about 12, a bit later, so I was a bit later than that. Really, really loved it. I spent hours and hours and hours on it. Then they released the deluxe version of it. Oh, that's a big hint. I shouldn't have said that. And then years later, when internet came and we spent ages on internet and all that, and when the company was not doing it anymore and there was no copyrights anymore, the game became open source. And so a bunch of hobbyists, a bunch of fans of this game took it and have been working on it for years. It's been 20 years I keep playing this game. I'm not streaming it because who cares? I love it. I will play it all my life. I wonder if I can give the point to the tramp for that. Oh, Stosh! That's the game, my poor trampy. My number 5 is indeed OpenTTD. Yeah. OpenTTD. One of the best games of all time. No, you got the point, Stosh. That's a game. That's exactly, you know, quiz when people are listening to what others say as they exclamate and all that, and you seize the moment. He got the idea, you got the name, you knew the name. Good on you, Stosh. That's impressive. Nobody knows this game. Let's be honest. Nobody knows this game. As long as him doesn't get the point, I'm happy. Wow. OpenTTD is my number 5. There's no real explanation behind that. You know, how can I put this game before Final Fantasy, before Zelda, before Sonic, before Elden Ring, before all the games, Subnautica? It's just that this game, I know I will be playing it all my life. You know what I mean? I've been playing this game since I was a kid, a teen. And I'll be playing it even when I'm 60. It will not change. Looks like SimCity? Yeah, definitely. It's a Sid Meier, you know, SimCity, Farm City, Tycoon, roller coaster, all of this, you know. So yeah, this game is what links me to all the nerdiness in me, all the memories I have with playing with my grandfather and my father with miniature trains on a huge table in the garage, to all the... I'm not a real active nerd, but this is the passive nerd in me that enjoy this game, that's for sure. OpenTTD is just fantastic. Spending hours doing my little thing, doing my railway is just something I've always loved doing. You are an active nerd, my friend. I'm not a nerd. I cannot recommend you the game. Why would you play this game? This is probably the only game that I play with mods, because it's made for that. OpenTTD, the idea is that you get the engine, OpenTTD, and you add all the mods you want. This is the only game that I play regularly, and I always play with mods. It's oh, I'm gonna get this mod which give me the Austrian trains from the half century. This is a mod that gives me some different trees. This is the... yeah, it's completely nerdy. Completely nerdy. Did I give you the points, Tonch? Yes, I did. So there you go. Actually, Baldur's Gate 3 is clear number 1. Haha. I don't know where Baldur's Gate 3 would stand if I did my top 200, but Baldur's Gate was definitely in my... Baldur's Gate, the trilogy as a thing, as an experience, was definitely in my top 200, that's for sure. Alright. Number 4. It's in my top 10. Yeah, I know. We'll be able to talk about it once we finish the game and once I do my review. I haven't done a review for more than a month now. That's bad. I have to do that. But yeah, I know most people love it. I don't dislike it. No, I don't give it like a 4 out of 10. But yeah, I'm very lukewarm on it. That's for sure. And I'm one of the very few. My number 4 is possibly... I'm gonna give you just one hint. Get ready for that. Is a game that... a game series, a series of games that I don't play anymore, but that I've played the most in my entire life. We're talking about thousands and thousands of hours. It is not World of Warcraft. I've barely played it and I don't like it. I don't know about you, Stone, but I don't like MMORPGs. So obviously the Tramp has a bit of an advantage. He knows me since we're kids, so he gets the point. My number 4 is CS. And I've put series because I've started playing Counter-Strike in 2000 when I was a teen. On 1.3, then 0.4, 0.5, 0.6, and then I gave up there. I didn't play CS Source I've played a huge bunch of CSGO when I was living in Japan. And I've played just a bit of CS2. It's good, but the problem with CS is that you need to either have a team, either have a group of friends, either lock your mind against all the toxicity and stupidity of all these people around you. 1.2? Okay, maybe. I thought it was 1.3, but okay, fair. Yeah, you see, I have such a bad memory that I had forgotten that it was the name of the team, but there you go. I used to be in a team. We would do national tournaments in France. Yeah, it's CS has been a game that has been all throughout my life for so long that I can, even if I'm not playing it and I haven't played it for a few years now, I can't put it elsewhere, you know what I mean? I don't know if I'll ever get back to it. I know the 2 just came out, but I'm the best French player at some point. I don't know if I was one of the best French player, but we were definitely in a good tier as a team. I was pretty good, but very far from the pros. But yeah, I was moving my PC through France to do stuff like that. That was a good thing. I loved it. American team, they are so impressive and funny. Pub Masters? Okay, I don't know that. I would need to check it out. The fact that I keep watching videos from a guy called Whirl, if you know Whirl, I still watch his videos today. Even if I haven't played the game for a few years, shows how much I care about this, you know, as if you played soccer when you were young and you don't play it anymore, but you keep watching soccer. That's a bit of the idea here. We were BZH. Yeah, the team was BZH, that's true. When I have nothing to do with Britain, but that's funny. I was in the team. There you go. Thanks to you playing CS and I made Chaos. Yeah, I remember that. He was a cool guy. Who got it? Who got the name? Trump. Trump got the name. I found it on YouTube. More the video quality. It must be. Is it old? Must be old. There you go. If you've never played CS, you don't know why I care about it, obviously. If you don't care about multiplayer competitive, you wouldn't care about this. But I consider CS to be... No, I think Shomin must be talking about the Pub Masters video, probably. I think CS is the chess of FPS. No, sorry. CS is the chess of esports. There, that's what I want to say. CS is the chess of esports. It is so clean, so classic. It will be here for years and years to come. Even if I love Valorant, CS is just the chess form of it. It's so clean. The gameplay hasn't changed for more than 20 years. It's just impeccable. So there you go. We reached the top 3. We are reaching top 3. Don't say names just because I haven't said them yet. Obviously, everybody knows my the games in there, but top 3 is the top 3 games of my life. It's weird to say that. I'd say StarCraft is the chess of esports, but I get your point. No, because StarCraft is much... I mean, chess is too clean, too abstract to be compared to StarCraft, if you see what I mean. Well, CS is very clean and abstract. The design is so sleek, and it has elegant. The elegance of the design makes me think of chess. That's why I say CS is chess. StarCraft is not elegant, I think. So here's the rope. Wow. No, I don't know what I would compare it to, because You know what? You know what? StarCraft would maybe be more like Go if you want to compare it to an abstract, classic, traditional game, maybe. But yeah. All right. Ads incoming. Oh no, ads. Is there ads right now? Thank you, Stunch. Appreciate it. Well, I cannot believe this. But I feel like I should not give the point to anybody for this number 3. Because it would be cheating. You guys have no... You don't deserve if you find the game right now. Because you literally have the answer. In your ears. Yeah. My number 3 is Tarkov. I might give the point to Stonch. Good try, Stone. I didn't think it would be number 3, honestly, when I did my top 100. I could not believe it when I checked each game. I was like, really? It reached there? But yeah. Tarkov is just... It's probably the best FPS game I've played in my life. I'll put it like that. Best FPS game ever. I've heard that they're finally going to release the train station map. I can't remember what it's called. Not garage or whatever they call it. Terminal. That's what it must be. Escape from Tarkov. If you don't like FPS, if you don't like multiplayer competitive, if you are not into military looking type of universe and all that, you would have no interest in Tarkov. But this game is just so unique. I've spent something like I don't know, 1500 hours in Tarkov. I would spend more of it if I had not many games in my backlog, if there was not so many cheaters in the game. Escape from Tarkov is just the best FPS game of all time. I hope it stays there for a long time. This is the game where I spend the most money in. It's funny that it's a Russian game. I'm kind of glad that it's not just always the same countries, so there you go. Fantastic. If you haven't played, I don't know anyone in here who cares who played Tarkov, so it's obviously hard to get some resonance with anybody, but Tarkov is the best game of all time. In FPS, alright? Just wow. I played the better version, Zero Sievert. I want to play Zero Sievert, but I don't think it is the better version, no. I'm a sucker for FPS. Most games I love are first person. I prefer game first person because I can identify. And I always love shooting games. CS and all that were there before. But Tarkov just makes it... I'm not going to talk about Tarkov for hours. But the fact that I can visit this street of Moscow here, get in there, find a few bullets that are better than my bullets. I have to take out the magazine and put the bullets one at a time in there and bandage my left arm, make sure, am I bleeding, or I just have a concussion, do I need some pills, do I need to drink a bit of water, a bit of milk, because then I would get more proteins, more energy. The whole survival aspect put into an actually competitive game with missions and very nerdy stuff. Do I have the right key to open this door? Is it this door that opens with this key? It's just... I could go on and on and on. It's just one of the best games of all time. Did I give the point to Stonch? I don't think I did. Oh my god. I hesitated to buy it, but the prices and timing was bad for me. I was playing on PUBG, many persons were hesitating to move to Tarkov. Many PUBG players moved to Tarkov due to the mass cheater on PUBG. There's currently probably more cheaters on Tarkov than PUBG, Showman, so don't take that as a good reason. Also, I would not put them together. They have nothing to do with each other. PUBG is a really battle royale team experience. You know what I mean? Whereas Tarkov is a real RPG. I would argue that's an actual RPG, FPS, military simulator, simlight. So very, very different. If you care about the price, Shomin, just buy the cheapest version. It's always on sale. It was on sale at Christmas. So you should. Okay, my number 2 has already been said. I mean, you guys already guessed it. And Stone said it. I don't know if I can give the point to that. I guess I could give it to both of you because you already had it. It is not a French game, but it is Myst, yes. Myst. I've put this because this is the beginning of the whole journey for me. I've put this here because this is for me the best Myst game of all time. And I've also put this because I wanted to mention how Cyan overall, that's why I put plus Cyan, just Cyan overall does games that for me mean a lot in here. But Ubisoft is French. Yeah, come on. Myst. No motivation to start a new game and learn everything. Oh, you should though. You should, Shomin. I can understand that when it's a game that asks for a lot of grinding and boring stuff, but learning Tarkov is a fascinating experience. Myst. Do I need to present it more? I will be starting Uru. I've started a bit by myself, but I started again because I need to finish this game on stream. Myst. What do you want me to say? I've always been saying that if someone said, hey, I can make your genie appear and for all the money in the world make you a park, like Disneyland Park, but with the theme you want, which would it be? I always thought it would be Myst. Give me a park like Myst. I would love that. Fantastic series. Fantastic series. I really hope, now that I've seen what they did for the remake of Riven, I really hope they can, and that Randy Miller just left the company, I really hope they can make something as good and continue like that. So yeah, let me give a point to Tramp and a point to Stonge for this. Is it really necessary? Is it really necessary to talk about this? Yeah. People who know me. Tramp did not even say it. Oh, he did not! He did not! Let me remove a point then. Did he? Yeah, he must have. Let me rewind. I'm doing the same thing. Yeah. Yeah, he kind of did. I don't know. I don't know. Don't get into a fight. I said yep. Oh, you said yep. Imagine if the top one is nah. You guys all know my number 1. My number 1 is my favorite game of all time. Set in space, where you explore stuff, where you try to understand what happened. Yeah. That's it. Sci-fi. Yeah, you're on your spaceship, you explore different planets. It is Sundog. My number 1 is Sundog, Frozen Legacy. It's my favorite space adventure of all time. I've played it not when I was 1 year old, obviously. I've played it when I was something like 5 or 6. Nobody knows this game anymore because it was on Atari. Lots of people know Wing Commander Elite and all that, I agree. But yeah, Sundog. This picture means a lot to me, and you will explore and all that. It's fantastic. It's my favorite space. What are you on about, Serge? And I'm sure like the tramp is like wondering what is going on. What is going on? The tramp is like, what? 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 You know what? One day I'll have to do my top 200 or 300 because Sundog will definitely be in there. My number 1 is obviously Outer Wilds. What are you talking about? Disco Elysium was in my top 100. Oh wait, was it? I think it was 102 or something like that. I would need to check. Disco Elysium is 106. Tramp. It did my shortlist when we talked about the shortlist at the beginning of the stream last week. It was 106. Outer Wilds, no surprise here for anybody who knows me. I was half kidding for Sundog. It must be in my top 300 of all time. But yeah, that was a bit of a joke because obviously most people who follow me would know that my number 1 is Outer Wilds. No other game did that in my heart. I didn't think at almost 40 years old, because it came out a few years ago already, I didn't think at that age I would get to see and live through a game that means so much to me. When, you know, when you're 40, like, nothing is gonna make me the same thing, the same effect, the same experience. It's the most single impactful video game experience of my life. Yeah, I agree. This game means so much on every level. I think this game is a masterpiece of design, of writing. I think it should be taught in video game design schools. I think it manages to blend all the elements of a fictional work of art together. Whether it's the music, the environments, the art, the architecture, the dialogues, the plot, the mechanisms, the physics, everything is meaningful and linked together in a way that very few games, very few works of art manage, especially in a way that, how should I say that? You are the one going through this. This is a one lifetime experience. There's a reason why it's like that. The guy was asked by his teacher at school to make an experience in video gaming where the gamer would feel emotionally involved. That was the beginning of the concept. When you start like that, you know you're going to put your heart, your blood and your sweat in the game. Did you even have any Amanita games on your list? No, my list did not include any because I think they would be in the top 200. I don't think there was an Amanita game, whether it's I don't know, Machinarium or Botanicula or the recent we did Creeks and all that would reach top 100. They would definitely reach top 200. That's for sure. The DLC for Outer Wilds was, for me, when you say up to the challenge, I would argue that's too weak of a praise. The DLC, the Echoes of the Eye, is just so wonderful. I'd give 10 out of 10 to Outer Wilds, and I give 10 out of 10, or maybe 9.9 out of 10 for Echoes of the Eye. It's just fantastic. With my wife, we often talk about this game because she did it with the DLC, she did everything. We often talk about it, how smart the writing is. And she studied a lot of writing because she's an author, and she studied a lot of writing. She keeps reading stuff about writing in general, how you make meaningful, you know, things in art and all that. And we always find new stuff in how smartly intertwined the elements of this game are, whether it's in the main game or the DLC. People who depreciate the DLC thinking it's a weaker, it's a 6 or 7 out of 10 thing, have no idea about how written it is, how well thought it is, how meaningful it is in the whole architecture of the game, of the plot, of the lore. It's just fantastic. Fantastic game. We did most of the DLC together. I think were you playing and I was watching, or I was playing and you were watching? I can't remember. But yeah, definitely. Fantastic. You can stop at any moment in this game looking at a tree, looking at a painting, looking at a piece of architecture of element and think, oh, this is why it's like that. This is fantastic. Yeah, probably we are. Fantastic game. Best games of all time. Well, that's it. That was my top 100. I can't remember if there's something after that. Oh, there you go. I forgot I had put that. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for watching my top 100. It's almost 12 here, almost time for lunch. So I won't do anything after that. I won't play games. That was my top 100. That's the thing that I'll try to do once a year or maybe every 2 years. Next time what I want to do is actually putting all the games in it. So maybe making my top 200 or 300 and splitting all the games from series. I want to try that one time in my life. It's gonna be hard. I don't know if I'll have the courage. I tried, but it's very hard. So there you go. It was very funny to realize one thing, guys. Number 1 and number 3 of my top 3 are both games that came out less than 10 years ago. I think this is very... Oh, I can't snooze them. Probably because of my the mods already snoozed the ads. I'm so sorry, Shomin. I can't snooze them. We already snoozed them too much. There's at least 18 games that belonged in the top 50. Good job. How dare you? Do your top 50, Stone. Guys, I wish I could see your top 10, 20, 50. I love people's tops. I love that. I find it very cool. I love discussing and arguing about that. So if you ever feel like doing it, let me know. That would be very cool. Thank you, Stone. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you, Shomin. Yeah. So yeah, I was saying the 2 games out of my top 3 are games that came out in the last 10 years. Isn't that great? I feel very happy about that. It means that even if I'm, I'm always a bit depressed and a bit grumpy and all that, I'm still growing up and getting older while discovering new stuff that mean so much to me. I think that's very, very cool. You know, when you see a top 100 or by someone and all the games are from the 90s or like that, it's just old games. You know, the usual Mario 64, Ocarina of Time and all that. And you're like, you know what I mean? I find that great. I think this is very cool. It's not a question of feeling proud. There's no pride in that. I felt happy for me, you know what I mean? It's like, discovering a game like Outer Wilds and it ranks up at my number 1, you're like, oh my god, that's so cool. Playing a game like Tarkov and it's up there, you're like, oh wow. Not a single Monster Hunter on the list. After Baldur's Gate, we'll do Monster Hunter World, Stunch. And I have a feeling it might definitely go in my list. Hopefully. I remember doing something. Can you wait a second? Oh, by the way, that's the... I don't give a point for Outer Wilds. I'm going to give myself a point for Outer Wilds. I'm not give a point at all. That's the standing. We forgot a few games, so I'm not sure about that. That was a very, very, very close finish there. Tiger 6, Stone 5 points, Fronny 4 points. Good job, Fronny. There you go. Trump gets a point for the Outer Wilds. I didn't even say it. Yeah, I mean, you knew. Everybody knew. I cheated with 25 years knowing streamer. Yeah, exactly. You're the worst cheater I've ever seen. You took 25 years trying to learn me, knowing my taste and knowing my life. And then just for this quiz, how dare you? I wanted to check something. How can I see it? I think it's 2024. Yeah, there you go. I want to tell you something. Basically, before I go... Oops. That's not very interesting. I wanted to tell you the funny part is that 40%, actually 38% of the games I've mentioned in this top 100 were from the US. Almost more than a game out of 3. That's huge. Then 23% of the games in my top 100 came from Japan. That's a quarter of the games. Interesting, right? Would you care to guess for the next? 9% in rank number 3 of the country where the most games came from. Would you care to know? No, not Netherlands. Not Netherlands. Actually, Netherlands is 2% only with 2 games. And when I say games, you know what I mean, right? 2 names. It could mean, because if I put all the Final Fantasy and all the Zelda, it's all Japanese, right? But we just talk about entries in the list. Canada. Canada was my number 4 with 7% in the top 100. Almost there. But before Canada, the UK. UK with 9% of games. Then Canada, 7%. Then France at 4%. Then Sweden, 3%. And then it's a bit of a close between 1 or 2 games each for many, many countries. We've got Russia, we've got Poland, we've got Netherlands, we've got Italy, we've got Finland, we've got Spain and all that. Australia also. So there you go. That was my top 100 games of all time. Thank you, everyone. It was a cool experience. That was funny. That was funny to do. I wish more people did that. I really like that. I wish more people did tops like that. I like ranking stuff like that. It's very cool. It's for fun. It doesn't mean anything, mind you. It's not for... It's just pretend. It's not for real. You know? What does it mean if I like a Sonic more than Zelda? It's just a game. We're gamers. We're here to play. So this for me is a game. I like pretending in gaming. And that's it, people. Let's see. Do I have a few lurkers? Click, open this, and it says 7. I've got 7 lurkers. So yeah, I could send someone. I could send people to someone. Thank you, Stone. That was nice. I hope I get to see your top 10 or your top 20 one day, Stone, on stream. That would be cool. I really like that. That's the kind of content I would definitely stay for, because I really, really like that. You get surprises, you discover games. I really, really appreciate that. And I'll be honest, even if I didn't present it to anybody, doing the exercise of sorting your games, your history, it talks to you because on a personal level, you know? I think it's an introspection. You remember stuff, you sort your memories, and I really like that. I think it's really, really cool. Jonathan Blow is currently playing Dragon Sweeper. I don't know what that is, but he's playing a game. I'm not gonna raid him. I will raid... oh, there's no one else. There's no one else. Should I rate him? He's the only one. He's the only one I have in my list right now streaming. That's crazy. Not sure I could fill up a good 100 list. Maybe 25. Yeah, do whatever, you know. Top 10, 20, 25. It's real. I'm already there? Okay. Let's rate him. Does he allow rate? I don't think it... Does he? Anyway. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Stonch. Thank you, The Tramp. Good job. You guys finished almost tied. Number 1. I'll see you another time. It was cool to have everybody. Thank you everybody who joined me on this top, and have a great Sunday. Bye bye.